guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The Northeast dealing with what officials call catastrophic flooding. A Vermont dam is threatening to overflow into the state's capital city. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren is in Montpelier, where residents there are being warned by officials.
They are still warning everybody to be ready to head to higher ground.
Montpelier city manager warned there are few evacuation options left below.
Violence. The total of $715 million is a sharp increase on the $308 million of damage that was estimated during preliminary claims last week. Ross Cullen, Paris.
Yet another illegal immigrant child has died after crossing the U.S. border. The girl from Guatemala was in U.S. custody. The 15-year-old reportedly had a pre-existing medical condition. U.S. senators received a closed-door briefing on AI's impact on global and national security Tuesday. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says AI is a difficult issue.
It's an issue that keeps evolving, but we have to get our hands around it. And these briefings are one of the many ways we're trying to do that.
Artificial intelligence has become a hot topic on Capitol Hill, with Schumer spearheading an effort to put regulatory barriers in place. The Secret Service will brief the House Oversight Committee on their investigation into the cocaine found inside the White House. The committee chair, Republican James Comer of Kentucky's requested the briefing for days. MSNBC reports it'll happen Thursday morning. Britney Spears will release her memoir this fall. People magazine revealed the pop icon's book, titled The Woman in Me, will hit bookstore shelves October 24th. Gallery Books is publishing the memoir, saying it has no doubt it will have a similar impact as Spears' testimony in court when she asked a judge to end her conservatorship. This is USA News.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taiju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 27cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 27cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Investigators believe a series of shootings led to the July 2nd deadly mass shooting in Baltimore. Charging documents show police found bullet shell casings at numerous crime scenes within the Brooklyn Homes community, where 2 people were killed and 28 others wounded during a block party. So far, the only person charged in connection with the shooting is a 17-year-old. Donald Trump is slamming President Biden for supplying Ukraine with cluster bombs.
The former president said Biden is dragging the U.S. into World War III by sending the cluster munitions to Ukraine. Trump added that the weapons will kill innocent people for decades to come, long after the war ends. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has defended its decision. In an interview with MSNBC, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Ukraine would be defenseless without the weapons. That's because he says traditional weapons stockpiles have been depleted. I'm Lisa Taylor.
New Orleans Saints running back Alvin Kamara's admitting to his role in last year's Las Vegas hotel brawl. He pled no contest to a misdemeanor charge.
Man up, ladies.
Tupac Shakur's self-designed crown ring will lead the Sotheby's hip-hop auction. Sotheby's says the crown jewel's expected to sell for at least $200,000. Officials say Tupac designed the ring in 1996 to celebrate his infamous deal with Death Row Records and his release on bond from a New York jail. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Ew. Gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather and whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, will you look at that? It's showtime. All righty, welcome aboard. Ready or not, here comes Hump Day. Already. Another midweek coming on here. Turn the page on the calendar, 12th day of July. And hi there. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Another very beautiful summer night, 69, clear skies outside the secret bunker at this hour. Looking good. Another hot day coming on, back into the upper 80s this afternoon. Hey, finally some decent pool weather. Only problem is, seems like all the good pool days are in the middle of the week. Every time the weekend rolls around, it's back with the clouds and the rain. Yeah, we'll see what we've got on tap for the upcoming weekend. I heard the top story in the news break there, which we've been kind of highlighting the last couple of nights. The incredible amount of rain, catastrophic flooding that's occurring in the Northeast. Well, for the moment, the rains have ended. The sun actually came out Tuesday afternoon, and you'll see more sunshine here for midweek Wednesday. But the break in the rain in the Northeast is going to be short-lived. Rains move back in. Yeah, not a constant sort of rain, but Thursday through early next week. They're talking like between Thursday and Tuesday. Several different rounds of showers and storms are going to be in the mix. But there in parts of Vermont, they actually picked up what would be the equivalent of 2 months of rain in 2 days. And other parts of the Northeast, more flooding Tuesday. In some cases, people literally marooned by the water, including the state capitol, where officials are keeping a close eye on a dam just upstream. There were some signs of hope in some areas, floodwaters beginning to recede this past day. We've already seen tens of millions of dollars in damage. And yes, there's more to come. Now, as far as the dam, if water pours over the dam that flows through Montpelier, Vermont, it could surge through downtown blocks where floodwaters are already waist high. City officials said this past afternoon they'd not seen any significant changes in the water levels at the dam, but they continue to monitor things. Floodwaters continue to rise in other places, though, like the capital city. Water levels have actually surpassed levels that we saw during Tropical Storm Irene, according to the governor. Irene ultimately killed 6 people back in August of 2011, washed homes from their foundations, damaging or destroying more than 200 bridges and 500 miles of highway. Now, as I mentioned, the sun was out this past day. More sunshine for Wednesday, but we are not out of the woods yet. This is nowhere near over, they're telling the folks there. We've got, I guess, the mayor saying, or the governor saying that floodwaters around his home were impassable Tuesday morning, and he had to hike through the woods to reach the state's emergency response center. Wow. Police said just before noon that waters had risen to within a foot of the top of the dam, and that every foot of water that goes over the spillway would double the flow into the city. Now, officials later said they hadn't seen any, again, significant changes in the water level. Will those water levels have a chance to go down, I guess, is the big concern before the next rains begin to arrive Thursday and Friday. One woman swept away in New York. No reports of injuries or deaths in Vermont, but a lot of swift water rescue teams aided by the National Guard. More than 100 rescues taking place this past day. That included an extremely high-risk rescue by a visiting New Hampshire team of a person who decided to drive around a barricaded road. Car was washed off the roadway and almost into the river. Pay attention to the road closures. Dozens of roads and highways are closed, including many along the spine of the Green Mountains. Flash flood warnings and advisories were in effect for much of the state, from the Massachusetts line all the way to the Canadian border. But downtown Montpelier, city of 8,000, swamped between the Capitol building and the Winooski River. The town manager warned that dam, the Wrightville Dam, several miles to the north, could actually exceed capacity for the first time. It's never done this before, which would mean a large amount of water coming into Montpelier, which would drastically add to the existing flood damage. People in the risk areas may wish to go to the upper floors of their homes. Kind of heartbreaking to see what's going on. Shelters opened up at churches, town halls, the municipal auditorium, delivering food to several hundred people taking refuge there was a challenge. We're trying to find paths to get supplies to them. But that slow-moving storm over the weekend reaching New England after impacting parts of New York and Connecticut on Sunday, some areas picked up 7 to 9 inches of rain by Monday night. We saw the highest total in Vermont was right there at 10.5 inches of rainfall in a 48-hour period. So prayers for the folks in the Northeast. Meanwhile, as we look elsewhere around the country, again, we see an expansive area of heat. We were talking several weeks ago, the massive heat dome that had parked over Texas. Heat advisories and even some excessive heat warnings are now in place. Portions of southeast New Mexico with excessive heat warnings. Several counties in eastern portions of Oklahoma. The heat advisories extend through much of Kansas, southwest Missouri, a large portion of Arkansas, much of Texas, southern Louisiana for the upcoming day. The power grid in Texas, according to the grid operator, electricity could break more records this week as homes and businesses crank up the AC. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas operating the grid for more than 26 million customers. That's about 90% of the power load. Again, they're saying we have enough resources to meet the soaring demand, but residents there in Texas have worried about extreme weather since that deadly storm, the winter storm back in 21 that left millions of people without power after setting 11 peak demand records last summer. They're now again forecasting usage would break the current all-time high of 80,828 megawatts 4 times over the next 2 weeks. 82,362 megawatts this past day. The anticipation is 82,732 megawatts on Thursday of this week. More records expected to fall on July 17th and July 18th. Now, what's a megawatt? 1 megawatt can power about 1,000 homes on a typical day, but only about 200 homes on a hot summer day in Texas. Forecasters in the Houston area, the biggest city in Texas, said they would hit 100 degrees Tuesday and again July 15th, 16th, and 17th. Now, day-ahead power prices this past day were remaining below $100 per megawatt hour. Real-time prices topped $3,400 for a couple of the 15-minute intervals late on Monday. You know, what they call next day or spot price on the ERCOT North Hub that includes Dallas actually slid to $30 to $34 per megawatt hour this past day. It was 41 on Monday. Now, you'd typically be at about 33 megawatts hour this time of year. So I guess the electric bills, people getting sticker shock when they get their utility bills. It's a hot summer, right? Out of the box, hello to Lynn, who says, awesome, ready to go here. Debbie, beautiful weather here in Montana tonight, 48 degrees, back to 90 for a high midweek Wednesday. 5-7, copy the mail. There's Shorty, I-77 northbound, Fancy Gap, Virginia, with 64 degrees at this hour. Canadian Terry, just down the interstate from the Secret Bunker, Florence, Kentucky, 70 degrees, kind of humid. Did you hear Biden didn't attend the NATO supper because he was tired from working 4 days in a row? Probably needed a little nappy nap. Anyway, happy hump day. Everybody be safe out there. Mary Ann's on board. Good morning, Steve and the overnight family. 5-7, Pappy, rather. 71 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Shout out to Gilligan for coming a long way from the truck stop in Arkansas in 1996. With that said, hammer down and be safe. Oh, yeah, what day is it? What day is it? There is Gilligan. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight, Troutville, Virginia. It's another hectic night on Interstate 81. Be careful out there. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Good afternoon, hammer down. Larry checking in. Fishkill, New York. Rolling northbound on 87. Hello to Susie Bell. God bless all of you. Good to have you with us. Buckeye Boy checking in from I-85 South, Alabama, 22 miles from Montgomery. We're at 79 degrees as I'm headed to Houston. You're headed into the heat there, Buckeye Boy. Shout out to my younger sister, Hurricane Jane, on her birthday yesterday. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. On up to the northeastern USA, Rob, who likes to, well, he doesn't necessarily like, but he likes to feed the people there in the Northeast. A great day to be in Vermont. 5 stores to fill tonight, if I can find my way around in the flooding. So he's right up there in the belly of the beast. Have a great, safe night out there. I'm going to feed the fine folks of northern New England this morning. That's got to be tough with all the roads that are shut down, washed out. So taking care of business there. Hello to David. Still hot in Texas, but we can take it. We're praying for our country. Our forefathers did, and look what that accomplished. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Debbie, Indiana. Morning, Steve. Kind of a warm 75 degrees here in Indiana. Headed back to 87 today. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Prayers going up to the family of the officer killed in Indianapolis. Everyone have a wonderful Wednesday. Yeah, when I saw that message, I did a quick search. I guess this was just kind of a breaking news this past day. It was a longtime Indiana deputy that died Monday after being assaulted in an inmate escape attempt, according to police. The inmate suspect attacked John Durham, a Marion County Sheriff's Office deputy of 38 years, inside a jail Sally Port, stole the transport vehicle. Durham subsequently died in the hospital shortly after the attack. Cause of death hasn't been released, but law enforcement officials said Durham was returning the attacker to the jail Monday morning after the hospital visit when this violent escape attempt unfolded. The suspect was alone in the van when he drove through the gates of the facility before crashing into a telephone pole just outside the parking lot. Deputies at the scene apprehended the attacker, who was minorly injured, taken to the hospital. The assistant chief of police for Indianapolis said this attack appears to be an intentional act of homicide. Suspect, a 34-year-old Orlando Mitchell. Now, Mitchell will be arrested on a preliminary murder charge after being released from the hospital. He's facing another murder charge in a fatal shooting of a woman last year who died while dropping her kids off at a daycare on the west side of Indianapolis. According to the court records, investigators found Mitchell several hours after the shooting when a 911 caller reported a man at a bus stop said he had killed his girlfriend at the same address of the daycare. When they tracked Mitchell to the area, they said he was holding a rifle. He did not drop the weapon. Two officers fired and struck Mitchell, who was taken to a hospital in stable condition. My. Marion County Sheriff said Durham's son is actually in training to work for the sheriff's office. His wife also works for the sheriff's office in the medical office. So, yes, prayers for the family there. Sad scenario. All right, we'll get updates. What's going on? The UPS discussions continue. Talks between UPS and the Teamsters have not resumed. There are none scheduled, and the clock is so fast ticking away. It's the 12th day of July. This contract expires on the 31st, as we well know. We'll give you the latest from FreightWaves. It's a very fluid scenario. They say if there is indeed a strike this time around, things would be a whole lot different than the last time there was a strike with UPS back in 1997. They explain what the differences would be. A lot has changed since then. But here we are as we roll into a Wednesday. Truckers gearing up to attend one of the industry's most beloved annual events, the Walcott Trucker Jamboree, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of this week at the Iowa 80 truck stop off I-80. They're at exit 284, Walcott, Iowa, obviously. Last year's Jamboree was attended by more than 45,000 people from 27 different states and 2 Canadian provinces. They anticipate attendance will be high again this year. Some of the events coming up over the next several days, the antique truck display, the Super Truck Beauty contests, over 175 exhibitors this year, the Iowa Pork Chop Cookout, which they say nothing beats those Walcott, Iowa pork chops, right? Lots of live music. The Trucker Olympics will be taking place. Fireworks displays when the sun goes down. Free admission and free parking. Just celebrating the professional drivers and the work they do. We thoroughly enjoy hosting this event each year. Love seeing everybody come together, make new friends, and join in on the fun. So there you go, coming up just ahead here. This year will mark the 44th Walcott Truckers Jamboree. How about that? So, hey, next year, pretty big event, 45th anniversary, right? Walcott, Iowa. Our number, 844-844-3388. Phone lines are open as we roll into midweek here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Wall Street closed Tuesday higher ahead of inflation data, and stocks rose after the major averages snapped a 3-day decline on Monday. Investors are anticipating Wednesday's CPI reading for June, with second quarter earnings season set to kick off on Thursday. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 317 points. U.S. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller says Ukraine will be able to join NATO.
There are still conditions that Ukraine needs to fulfill, but it has made great progress, and alliance members will continue to support Ukraine's progress on remaining reforms.
President Biden has made clear he does not believe Ukraine should join until its war with Russia is over. Biden is meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky and other top NATO officials at a summit in Lithuania this week. Biden, meantime, thanking Turkey's president for supporting Sweden's bid to join NATO. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, there you go. Yeah, phone lines open. We did mention the break. The break in the stormy pattern for the Northeast is going to be a short one. We've got what they call an atmospheric traffic jam that's going to bring more rounds of rain and locally severe storms into the region late this week all the way into early next week. So as more rain pours down on the saturated ground, the potential for significant flooding will return to the region. Big storm's going to kind of meander near the shores of Hudson Bay, Canada into next week. At the same time, disturbances in the jet stream will spin around the storm like spokes in a giant wheel, and that's going to cause showers and storms to gather over the Midwest, pivoting into the Northeast in the days ahead. Now, as these disturbances approach, they're going to accumulate moisture from the Gulf of Mexico as well as the warm waters of the nearby Atlantic. A storm that already swamped the region Sunday into Monday actually behaved more like a tropical storm. They were seeing rainfall rates 1 to 3 inches per hour at times. Now, your ocean waters in the mid-Atlantic, several degrees above average this summer. Currently, more like levels we'd sometimes see maybe in late August, which would typically be the peak of the warmth. Water temperatures ranging from the mid-70s to low 80s, running anywhere from 3 to 8 degrees above average early this week. At the same time, these disturbances coming out of the Midwest will tend to slow down and pivot northward rather than progressing quickly out to sea, reaching the Atlantic coast. That's going to cause much more rain to unload on some areas as opposed to storm systems that keep moving right along. Well, now this setup, a setup exactly like we saw last weekend with the 5 to 10 inches of rain, locally higher amounts, not likely to be the same, but all it's going to take is a few inches of rain to jump right back up, exacerbating the flooding that we've seen early this week. First system Thursday into Friday, a second round advancing across the region Saturday to Sunday. The second round of heavy rain could result in flooding problems in some areas that were largely missed by Sunday into Monday's storm, and then a third round projected to roll through Monday into Tuesday. So it's not like it's going to rain continuously from Thursday through Tuesday. I mean, much of the time during that 6-day period, you may be rain-free, but when it does rain, it may pour for several hours, dropping several inches of water during that time. Rainfall of that intensity would be more than enough to overwhelm the storm drains and lead to rapid rises along the smaller streams especially. Well, Captain Ron, what do you say?
What day is it? I guess we'll figure that out on that anonymous hippopotamus calls,
All right. Yes, sir.
Does the name Larry Nassar ring a bell?
Larry Nassar. Can't say that it does.
He was the gymnastics doctor that abused all them girls.
Yes, yes.
I heard reports of maybe 500 girls, and then I heard somebody else, some other, that it may be in the thousands. But he was stabbed multiple times over the weekend here in the Florida prison. I didn't know he was down here in that prison, but he's in stable condition, so I guess there's a lot of gymnasts that wish that they would have finished the job. I didn't know if you heard that or not.
Yeah, apparently.
Do you remember
they stabbed in the jail cell, and I guess they're going through the cameras and whatnot, and they're not. It wasn't caught on camera.
Yeah, he was stabbed in the chest, the neck, and the back. I think he had a collapsed lung. But in other Florida news, do you remember the sinkhole that swallowed the guy that was sleeping in the bedroom?
Yes.
That reopened.
Really?
That sinkhole has reopened. They never did find that guy's body. They just put a fence up around it and made some memorial there. So there's that. That's about all I've got was those two little bits of Florida information.
Okay, yeah. Got the sinkholes are pretty common down there, right?
Yeah, I know, and that one was in the news for a while. You know, they were trying to figure out how to get to that guy's body, but they just figured out that it was too unstable to take a chance to try to get down to him. I guess it was 20 feet down or something that they figured he was. But it was in the area of I-4 and I-75, just north and east of Tampa is that area.
Yep, I do.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with that.
I do remember when that occurred.
That was in 2013 when that happened. I didn't think it was that long ago.
Boy, we're getting old. Time flies, Captain Ron.
You ain't kidding. And I did get sticker shock on our electric bill. It was $300 this past month.
Wow. Okay.
We've never hit it that high, and we didn't do anything any differently than we normally do. We keep our thermostat 73 degrees year round, but that's how much it increased. I don't know what the percentage was, but they've never been that high.
Wow. I mean, my son his was double yours and then some. Lauren was freaking out when she opened her Duke Energy bill. Now, Duke had been saying they had forewarned that there was going to be an increase in the rate, like per kilowatt hour, come the June utility bill. Mine wasn't up significantly, but theirs was dramatic. I did ask her, I said, does Stephen take care of changing your air filter? And she went down and kind of video called and Yeah, that filter was pretty plugged up. I said, what you're doing is that damn AC is just running and running. The air's not flowing. And that's a big reason that your unit's not cool in your house. So she did replace the air filter. See what kind of a difference that makes. Plus, they've got the in-ground pool. And, I typically turn my pool pump on in the morning and turn it off when I get up in the evening. My son oftentimes, he would let his run 24 hours a day. And I said, don't do that. It doesn't need to be running 24 hours a day. That'll definitely jack up your bill, right? So doing what they can. Of course, now he's in a much larger home. I'm on a flat, on a slab. Now he's got the full basement, mid-level, and the sleeping, it's a tri-level they call it. So that's a lot of home to cool in the summertime. Meanwhile, it's 18 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. He brought up the Nasser. That I remember he was the doctor that, some of these, well-known professional gymnasts, I guess, sexual assaults that were ongoing for years and years. He was attacked inside his cell, which, according to the Bureau of Prisons, it was a blind spot for prison surveillance cameras, the cameras that only record common areas and corridors. According to a person familiar with the matter, spoke to the Associated Press. In federal prison parlance, they say, due to the lack of video, it's known as an unwitnessed event. Now, this is the second time the former U.S. women's gymnastics team docker has been assaulted in federal custody. He's serving decades in prison for sexually abusing athletes and possessing explicit images of children. Many of these athletes were under the age of 18, obviously, over those years. This latest attack left him hospitalized. He's in stable condition, injuries including a collapsed lung. That kind of underscores the persistent problems at the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Despite the Biden administration's vow to fix the broken prison system with new leadership and an emphasis on turning prisoners into, quote, good neighbors, the agency continues to struggle with violence, understaffing, abuse, a lot of misconduct. Nasser's stabbing just weeks after the Unabomber, remember Ted Kaczynski's suicide at a North Carolina Federal Medical Center. And, of course, the lingering fallout from Jeffrey Epstein's suicide in 2019, right? This kind of violence in our federal prisons is inexcusable, according to the Deputy Director of Policy at the Criminal Justice Advocacy Group, known as FAMM, F-A-M-M, Families Against Mandatory Minimums. Okay. Guess they want to let the bad guys out, right? Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we roll into midweek here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Timothy. Check it in. We got a nice 69 degrees in Rocky Mount, Virginia. And there's the Rubber Duck. Decatur, Indiana, which, yeah, that's right. I'm not home. They got you a load? They found you something to do finally? Bidu, check it in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Talking about the pool pump operation. Yeah, Buckeye Boy said, I run our pump about 6 hours a day. It's an 18 by 36 oval. Got the saltwater system. Yeah, 6 hours a day. That's plenty, he says. Yeah, I probably run ours more than is necessary. I know it's, if I flip it on at 9 in the morning and 9 hours, so it's probably running 12 hours a day. Overkill. From industry headlines, let's get to UPS. UPS Incorporated should be prepared to lose as much as 30% of diverted volume should the Teamsters strike. And a work stoppage last for a decent duration, according to a leading consultant this past day. UPS handled about 18.6 million parcels in the U.S. per day in the first quarter. Under a contingency plan, it expects to handle 4 million parcels on its own. The balance of about 14.6 million, most of which would be ground deliveries, would be subject to diversion. Satish Jindal, the president of consultancy Ship Matrix, said in a communique to FreightWaves that the 30% of volume that could be lost would be the equivalent to more than 4 million parcels per day. Yeah, because there's about 80,000 package car drivers, and each driver delivers about 230 parcels per day. The diverted volume, if it never returns to UPS, that could result in 4,300 lost driver jobs and that of a few thousand package handlers for every 1 million packages diverted. So those numbers really begin to add up. Now, it explains, unlike the last Teamster strike, 1997, there's plenty of competition for diverted volume. For example, FedEx Corporation, whose ground unit did not exist back then, is delivering on-time performance for air and ground on par with UPS. This is going to give shippers more confidence to keep diverted volumes with FedEx. Now, on Sunday, the U.S. Postal Service launched what they call Ground Advantage, with a 2 to 5 day transit time comparable to FedEx and UPS. Jindal envisioned a scenario in which large shippers divert their lightweight parcels, under 5 pounds, that can fit in a mailbox. They'll divert that to the Postal Service, and the heavier parcels to FedEx. The potential damage to UPS and its unionized workers behooves both sides to return to the table and resume negotiations. Now, he said talks collapsed last week, unable to come to terms on part-time wages. At this point, no new talks are scheduled. As we know, the current contract expires July 31. Now, he said being tough in negotiations is kind of like stretching a rubber band. No one knows the full limit before it snaps. And then one has to start all over again with a new set of conditions. Separately, for the minority of Teamster Union members at UPS who don't favor a strike, should a contract not be agreed on in 3 weeks, the National Right to Work Legal Defense Foundation Monday issued some advice. All UPS employees can resign their membership in the union and continue to do their jobs. According to a legal notice issued to the foundation, if you don't support the union, you can send the union a letter resigning your membership at any time, they say. In addition, employees who resign their membership or who are already non-members have the right to work even if the union orders a strike. Union officials can and often do fine union members thousands of dollars for working during a strike. So you should seriously consider resigning your union membership before you return to work during a strike, which is the only way to avoid fines and discipline. Employees working in a right-to-work state, where union membership and financial support are voluntary, can resign their membership and opt out of all union financial support, according to the notice. Employees not working in a state with those protections have the right to opt out of paying dues for union politics and may be able to avoid other union financial support, according to the notice. In non-right-to-work states, unions can still only mandate that employees pay dues as a condition of employment if the union and management have finalized a union monopoly bargaining contract that contains a valid forced dues clause. Stuff sounds like it all gets pretty technical, but we do know about 97% of UPS members have voted to authorize a strike if a contract is not reached. So as we know, the Teamsters represent 340,000 UPS employees. Many of them are part-timers, but all right, what would the cost be? It's 844-844-3388 here on a Wednesday. All right, on to news from OOIDA. Yeah, we've got several different pieces of legislation out there. We've been talking the DRIVE Act, which many of you obviously would support, those who do not want to have a speed limiter mandate installed on your vehicles. The DRIVE Act would prohibit that from occurring. It's been gradually adding co-sponsors over the weeks. Don't have an update on that, but don't be confused with the DRIVE Act versus what they're calling the PRO Act, P-R-O, the PRO Act. Totally separate deal. The PRO Act would create confusion and jeopardize a well-established business model in the trucking industry. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association told members of the U.S. Senate in a letter on Monday, while we believe there's much that must be done to improve working conditions and compensation in the trucking industry, the PRO Act would create confusion for drivers and motor carriers and jeopardize small business truckers' ability to continue working as an independent contractor. We therefore must oppose the PRO Act. Remember all these years we've been talking about California's Assembly Bill 5, or AB 5, that uses the ABC test to determine are you an independent contractor or are you an employee kind of thing. This would be taking California's AB 5 Act and putting it more or less on a federal level. All right, in June, the Senate's Help Committee advanced the PRO Act bill, which is sponsored by none other than Senator Bernie Sanders. OOIDA sent the July 10 letter to all members of the U.S. Senate, part of an effort to prevent this bill from moving forward. Now, OOIDA says, we recognize that some truck drivers are certainly misclassified and are open to working with Congress to address that issue. But misclassification in trucking is generally done through lease purchase agreements, which are the schemes where motor carriers lease a truck to a driver with the promise of independence and entrepreneurial opportunity. But because of the terms of these agreements, drivers have no real chance to ever obtain that. Of course, just this past day, the first meeting of that committee set up to address these lease purchase agreements held discussion. We pause there. News break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The Northeast dealing with what officials call catastrophic flooding. A Vermont dam is threatening to overflow into the state's capital city. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren is in Montpelier, where residents there are being warned by officials.
They are still warning everybody to be ready to head to higher ground.
Montpelier city manager warned there are few evacuation options left below the Wrightsville Dam. Officials are not sure how much damage it could do if it's breached. Amtrak suspended service along part of the East Coast after 2 train cars derailed at Union Station in D.C. Services were on hold between D.C. and Richmond, Virginia for a time after the incident Tuesday morning. The clock is ticking to avoid the largest strike in the U.S. since the 1950s. Talks between UPS and the Teamsters union fell apart again. A majority of the 340,000 UPS workers voted to authorize a strike by July 31st. The House panel investigating the origins of COVID-19 is honing in on a 2020 paper concluding the virus did not come from a lab leak.
I view the processes to be flawed. If we're to do better in the future, we must make every effort to mend our flaws.
Republican Congressman Brad Wenstrup said the panel is examining whether scientific integrity was disregarded in favor of political expediency. Republicans have claimed the paper was used as a cover-up. A man who accused the Biden family of corruption is facing arms trafficking and other federal charges. The Justice Department announced Gal Luft is charged with acting as an unregistered agent of China. Luft, who is a key figure in House Republicans' investigation into alleged influence peddling by the Biden family, is currently on the run and denies any wrongdoing. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
NATO leaders say Ukraine can join the military alliance once certain conditions are met. That's what the head of the alliance said earlier on Tuesday during a NATO summit in Lithuania.
Over the past several years, Ukraine has become increasingly interoperable and politically integrated with the alliance and has made substantial progress on its reform path.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller says conditions include anti-corruption efforts and strengthening of Ukraine's democracy. President Biden has made clear he does not believe Ukraine should join NATO until its war with Russia is over. A suburb in Chicago paying reparations to black residents. Lisa Taylor with more.
Evanston has already paid 16 citizens from a $10 million package approved in 2019, according to the Evanston Roundtable. The committee expects to have paid $25,000 by the end of the year to 140 qualifying residents. Head of Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center at Howard University, Justin Hansford, told the newspaper he sees it as an experiment for the rest of the U.S. I'm Lisa Taylor.
PGA Tour executives are defending the company's planned merger with Saudi Arabia-backed Live Golf.
We believe we've done everything we could possibly do to defend what we stand for.
While testifying before a Senate committee Tuesday, PGA Tour COO Ron Price said the agreement was made to protect the PGA. He argued ongoing litigation with Live Golf was undermining the growth of the sport of golf and threatening the PGA's very survival. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, anybody tune into the All-Star Game? Well, it's in the books. And National League wins the game. 3-2 the final score. National League All-Stars over the American League All-Stars. You know, I've kind of lost track over the years. Is there Is there any significance to the All-Star game? It seems like at one point, the league that won the All-Star game did ultimately got like home field advantage in the playoffs or the World. I can't even remember, and I don't know the answer. Any significance to the All-Star game these days, like it used to be? Meanwhile, on the racetrack, fans are piling in to Eldora Speedway. It all gets underway tonight. It's going to ultimately be 4 big nights, but the richest dirt track race ever, almost here. The 2023 Eldora $1 Million Sprint Car Race, featuring the $1,023 top prize, starts tonight. Now they say, here's what you need to know heading into the biggest race in sprint car history. Let's see. How big is Eldora Speedway? It's a high-banked half-mile clay oval, Rossburg, Ohio. That 50-lap main event Thursday, paying the $1 million plus to win. What's it going to cost you? All right, tickets tonight, Wednesday. It's $35 adult general admission, $40 reserved tickets, $20 for kids reserved, free general admission for ages under 13. Cost you a bit more for Thursday night, which, of course, that'll be the $1 million event. $75 adult general admission, $80 reserved tickets, $20 kids reserved, and again, free admission, ages 13 and under. Tickets will be sold beginning at 10 o'clock each day. Other than reserved seats, all seats are available on a first-come, first-serve basis. Here's the format, though. Drivers will be split into 2 groups. Each group will run a full show tonight, consisting of qualifying, heat races, B features, and an A feature. Eldora Speedway's signature Every Lap Matters format will be used tonight. Drivers earning points every time they hit the track, beginning with qualifying. Points earned on tonight's race will set the heat race lineups for Thursday. Thursday's action will begin with 6 heat races that will consist of 10 laps each, and only the top 3 finishers in each heat race will earn starting spots for that Eldora Million. Yes, just the top 3 in each heat race. Now, I was looking at the list of those who are registered to be, I believe I counted 82 racers, 82 vehicles that are vying to get into what I believe, is it a 24-car field for the starting of the race there? So most of the drivers that are there vying to get in for that $1 million opportunity will not make it into the main event. Now, so the top 3 earn a spot. 4th through 6th place finishers then go on to the B feature. Drivers from 7th on back will go to the C feature. C features will be 12 laps and advance the top 2 finishers to the B feature. Now, when you get into the B feature, the top 2 drivers in the Every Lap Matters point standings who did not advance through their heat race will start on the front row. The remainder of the field will be set by heat race results. The 15-lap B feature will transfer the top 6 finishers into that main event, the Eldora Million. But those are going to be the drivers that are starting 19th through 24th in the main event. It's kind of like, it's the last chance to get in, but just to make the starting field. Heat race winners will draw for starting positions 1 through 6. Heat race second place finishers will draw for positions 7 through 12. Heat race third place finishers draw for positions 13 through 18. It gets a little bit confusing, but tell you what, it's Yeah, for dirt track, for racing fans, it's a big, big time. But, the 82 sprint cars, like I said, all the best of the best are showing up there at Eldora for a chance at $1 million. That's a pretty cool format they've got set up there. Well, would that be the anonymous hippopotamus?
There you go, Your Honor. So I guess we should start out with, hey, Mike. Yeah, what day is it? What day is how do we get here again, Your Honor? It just seems to happen over and over again.
Just like that, yeah. Well, what the hell happened to you last night? I picked the call up, boom, and you were gone like in 2 seconds.
I don't know, something about cellular service or something, and communications in this highly technological 21st century we have. You're better off with a tin can and a string, I think.
You just disappeared.
So, yep. So anyways, let's see, a couple little things first here. So if you're not a friend of the Clintons, or if you're not a friend of the Bidens and you say something against them, you could either have an accidental suicide, or the judicial system says you're a threat to them, right? Doesn't sounds about right, doesn't it?
Yes. It's sad but true, yes.
Anyways, so and as far as this bag of cocaine goes, how are we making out with this bag of cocaine? Do we still have it? Because I've been meaning to say, I expect this bag of cocaine to either have a mishap in the lab, that a machine destroys it, or somebody loses it, or falls in a storm drain, or somehow or another this bag of cocaine is going to come up missing. The evidence is going to no longer be viable. It's going to be destroyed, or the hunter is going to get a hold of it for a second and no, I didn't say that. He wouldn't do that. But I'm just that it's just going to disappear somehow, or as I say, not be rendered useful.
Right,
anymore.
right, yeah. Well, we got the forensics were inconclusive, right?
Yeah, I'm guaranteed that's happening. Yeah, there was the fingerprint got smudged or something. And so this racing deal going on out there in Eldora, is that going to be television broadcast as well, or are they going to try to keep all that in Ohio?
Oh, it's a flow racing thing. Flow racing.
Okay.
Yeah. So you gotta.
We probably won't see that. I don't know. Have you ever updated your subscription?
I did not. It's $150 a year. No, and I have not updated it.
Yeah, okay. So, anyways, I guess we'll.
See, I don't think they offer. Some of these platforms where you have to pay to watch offer you like a 2-day pass or something. For $15-$20. But I mean, I'd be willing to do something like that, but I don't think they offer anything but the annual $150.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't had time to even look into it. So, and by that means, so the All-Star game now. I thought that determined the style of play of the game for the World Series, whether it was National League rules or American League rules, whether you had the designated hitter or you didn't have the designated hitter. Is that I know they change things around sometimes, but I didn't know if that was one of the things that.
Yeah,
was
I'm not sure. Like whether they would have like the designated hitter versus the pitcher.
Yep.
Actually, yeah.
Yep, National League rules compared to American League rules. And I don't know. As far as home team advantage, I don't really know how that goes with the World Series there. So, it's a 7-game series, so somebody gets it first, and is what 2 games, and then 3 games and 2 games. So the people that have it first have it last. If it goes all 7, and I don't know. It'd be interesting if you can find out more about that, because it's only been going on for some 100 and some odd years that we should have it figured out by now, but we don't never remember stuff like that year to year for some reason. So I don't know what else. Kind of a quiet night. It sounds like the New England people there got here from this last. There we had the drought all of let's see, we had the drought in February. It was really dry, and then we got rain in March, and then May was really dry, and then June come along, and we've gotten pretty much, I don't know, I think there's some guy standing on the hill, bearded guy, wearing kind of, I don't know what type of dress he's wearing there, but he's building a boat, and he's asking for 2 of everything to get on the boat. I don't know what that's about. You got any ideas there?
Right.
I know they got one. They got one they built down there in Kentucky or something, don't they? Didn't there one he built down there? You went on that, didn't you? Didn't you go through that Ark thing there?
Absolutely, yeah. The Ark Encounter. It's pretty cool. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can put that on a list if we travel across the country on the ground any time in the future. So, but anyways, though, probably not a whole lot going on there. So, fire truck's taking a little vacation at the repair shop there. Hopefully, getting the radiator dropped out from underneath it. There, only way to get the radiator out of it is to stick it up in the air about 3 feet there and take the cross member out from underneath the radiator and let it down. So hopefully it's in the process of doing that, and we can see if we're only going to have to get a new core for it, or if we're going to have to get a complete radiator system there and have tanks and the core built.
The whole deal,
see how all that develops there, hopefully. But hopefully it'll only be a week or two and get it back out and have it for the rest of the summer and back going and doing what we want it to do. But it's not wanting to go very far, and I'm not wanting to take a lot of chances with the radiator. I got it through the couple things I wanted to get it through to patch it on through, but I really don't want to push it any harder than that. So we'll get this done and go on from there. But other than that, I don't know. It's kind of a quiet night there, and I guess hearing what you were talking about there earlier there with all the legislation stuff going on, it's back to kind of sounds like what can government do for you? And it's like, I'd like government not to do for me, just stay out of my life. And just I kind of like what Donald Trump said there, before you make any new rules, you got to decide which 2 you're going to get rid of, and then you can think about making another one. And just have too many rules, too many regulations, too much to deal with. And so anyways, it's bad enough just being regulated by the people we work for and the insurance companies, because the insurance companies dictate to the businesses what the vehicles can do that are being insured by them, and then of course the companies take those and then add their own rules on top of that to tell the drivers how they can operate their equipment. But I guess if you don't like having all that, you can always just go out and buy your own and try to make it on your own. But I don't know if a one-truck operation can even survive out here as a totally independent, unless you have some farm group or something.
And I do see, I was doing a quick search there for you, and it looks like we're going to get an update. Well, I should say congressional members will get an update on the cocaine saga coming up Thursday. Axios reports the U.S. Secret Service will provide a briefing to Congress on the discovery of cocaine at the White House. Republican lawmakers have argued this raises broader concerns about security at the White House complex. The briefing will be at the staff level and will take place at 10 a.m. Thursday Eastern Time, according to several Republican aides familiar with the plan. Secret Service spokesperson did not respond to Axios' request for comment. Now, the Oversight Committee Chair James Comer wrote to Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle last week requesting a briefing by July 14th. Said that the presence of illegal drugs in the White House raises concerns about the level of security maintained there. Senator Tom Cotton also questioned Cheadle about the cocaine, pressing her for information on where it was found and whether the Secret Service had any plans to correct any security flaws. What we're watching for, the Secret Service's investigation is expected to conclude this week. Now, whether or not a suspect is identified, so there you go. It's about all we know at this point in time. How much of that briefing will be released to the rest of us? I guess we'll find out Thursday after the briefing is concluded. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so a couple of people sent me emails saying, well, that All-Star game doesn't mean a doggone thing anymore. Buckeye Boy said they don't do winner gets home team in the World Series anymore. But this was the first time the National League has won the All-Star game since 2012. I knew that the NL seems to, it's been a long time. I didn't realize it's been 11 years. And I guess the American League and the National League both use the designated hitter now. Now that shows how on top of the game I am, because I've watched a handful of those Reds games this year since they've been on this hot streak. And I didn't even notice that the pitcher was not taking a swing. What's going on, Pappy?
Man, I'm with you. I didn't know National League had designated hitters. First time, man. I was watching the Reds a couple weeks ago. What the heck's this clock doing in this triangle? I didn't even know they had a pitch timer going.
That was the new thing this year. Yes, that is new. They got 20 seconds, and if the pitcher doesn't deliver in those 20 seconds, I think it's considered a ball or
yes, sir.
Automatically.
The ball. I seen one.
Yep.
One guy missed the timer. I was curious too. Well, what is he going to be out or is it a ball or what? That's a ball. So I guess it speeds the game up a little bit.
That was the premise. And if you got a full count, like it's 3-2, and you don't get that pitch delivered, you get the base. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I watched most of the game tonight, the home run derby last night. It was pretty good. Just chilling on the back deck, man. Looking at the stars, doing some stargazing, trying to get some positive vibes from the universe, man.
Right. Now you've been seeing.
Remember that?
Been seeing Venus. When I get out, I get up usually about 9:30. But when I get out there after I get my shower, 10 o'clock, Venus has really been bright the last couple nights.
Yeah, man, it sticks out like a sore thumb. I think we're getting ready to go into Venus retrograde here on the 22nd. I think so. But yeah, remember that movie Kelly's Heroes?
Oh, yeah.
Great movie. Telly Savalas, Clint Eastwood, Donald Sutherland, right? So much for the negative waves, man. It's a great movie. Hey, I got to issue a correction, Steve. No, unlike the communist mainstream news media, won't never admit they screwed up. But, man, when I was talking about the Ukrainian deal last night, that's got nothing to do with that movie. I went back and listened. I guess these guys were talking about the movie because they had this guest on that was talking about the stuff that's going on in Ukraine. But when I heard him mention that Sounds of Freedom, I thought maybe that's what it was about. So my bad. That Ukrainian stuff I was talking about last night has nothing to do with this Sound of Freedom movie. So issue a correction there. And I think I said I wasn't 100% positive on
it. I mean, I'm thinking,
hey, Chuck,
I'm thinking the movie may have kind of like some connotations of Epstein Island kind of stuff. And so that all those celebrities that have been there, they don't like that kind of coverage.
Apparently this movie was made a few years ago, and CBS was 2 or 3 years ago was kind of giving it good waves, man. Not now. How times have changed. But hey, man, if Horse Feathers is still listening, and maybe Larry Stone, check this out. You ready for this? My grandson just passed firefighting school. So he had his final test today, which he passed. So that was like 5 months, Steve, of full-time
training. That's pretty cool. Hey, we got to pause there, get our news break in, but we'll be back with more. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Extreme heat is impacting more than 42 million Americans this week. High temperatures are already hitting the Southwest in states including California and Arizona, and the dangerous conditions are only expected to get worse. President Biden is expressing gratitude to the Turkish president for enabling Sweden's NATO accession during their bilateral meeting at the two-day NATO summit in Lithuania.
Thank you for your diplomacy and your courage to take that on. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
Turkey recently lifted its block on Sweden's entry into the military alliance just before the start of the summit, bolstering NATO amidst Russia's ongoing conflict with Ukraine. The Secret Service will brief the House Oversight Committee on their investigation into the cocaine found inside the White House. Committee Chair Republican James Comer had been requesting the briefing for days. MSNBC is reporting it will happen Thursday morning. John Schaefer, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here on a Wednesday. Trust your week's going well. Plenty of room for you. Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. You know, it's summertime, right? More than 50 million Americans under heat advisories or excessive heat warnings as this blistering heat dome maintains its grip on the region, especially the south central and southwestern states. This is placing additional stress on the energy grid, elevating the threat of wildfires, obviously increasing the risk of heat-related illnesses. I'll talk about some records that may be challenged in the coming days. Let me get back to Pappy, though. So congratulations to the grandson there. Five weeks, you say, of full-time training?
Yes, sir. Several months of it. So, yeah, congratulations, Tyler. Love you, man. He graduated the academy, but they got to take the state test here in a couple days, which I'm sure he'll do fine on. This looks like when you go through the police academy, right?
Uh-huh.
Once the academy's over, the state people come in and give you a state test that you have to pass. So that'll be in a couple days, and his graduation, I think, is next Tuesday. So.
I mean, do they have to put like a 150, 200-pound dummy on their back and be able to climb a ladder and that kind of stuff?
Well, that's what he had to do today, the final test of the academy, right?
Uh-huh.
It's a physical test and a written test. But to get that state certification, the state comes in. It's for an EMT, too. He'll be also an EMT. So, yeah, man, you got to be in shape, Steve.
I'm saying, right?
you know. But man, talking about this weather, I saw a thing somebody put up like 10 years ago. You know, they were showing like these Weather Channel people, and the temperatures are roughly about what they were today, you know, and they were showing the outline of the United States in green, you know, with an outline in like a white, you know, showing, hey, this area of the country is, you know, having a heat wave, 100+ degree temperatures, you know. Then they go on another 5 years when they start really pounding this temperature going up on the earth, you know. And then they change it to yellow, right? And now, mind you, the temperatures are all about the same, right? Heat wave. Now they were showing, now it's red. Then it went up to like scorching red, yellow, hot, white, cold. It was just how they're playing with our minds, you know. Somebody, there was an article a couple days ago, record temperature in Death Valley, man dies.
Right.
Right.
Who goes hiking when it's 125 degrees?
But it wasn't the record temperature though, Steve. The record temperature is like 134 or 136. It might have maybe been for that specific day, but they made it, you know, was trying to assume that it's record temperatures in Death Valley. It's Death Valley. Why do you think it's called Death Valley?
Yeah.
Back when the wagon trains were going through there, people died. So it's got its nickname. But, man, did you see this? Out with all the flooding and everything going on, but out in California, I guess they had some landslides. All them expensive homes. I mean, a bunch of them. I don't know how many, but like a couple subdivisions on these hillsides had some landslides, and these houses are sliding down, man, ruined.
Mm-hmm.
I guess a lot of them that were living in this area had the same insurance company. Insurance company came out and said, this is catastrophic. We're not going to be able to pay these claims. What the heck kind of crap is that, man? I was on CBS News tonight.
So if
how can an insurance?
There's a reason for having insurance, and that's in the event that something happens.
Yes, and these are high dollar houses. I don't know how they can get away with that. I'm sure. I guess you could probably sue them, but they were claiming that, I don't know, because of the totality of the houses and this, that, and the other, we can't pay this, and we'll end up going bankrupt. Man. All right, man. That's about all I got, brother.
All right, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. I'm pulling up the story there. I'm looking at some of the photos of the landslides there. Yeah, that's pretty significant. You got NBC News, the BBC covering the landslides, homes destroyed. Pretty crazy. See if I can get the rest of the story. Homes hanging on the edge off the canyon. Wow. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. There's a farmer in Kentucky who struck gold. Don't plan on heading down to Kentucky to start doing your panning for gold. This is a Kentucky farmer digging in his cornfield. He found, first it was a solitary mid-19th century coin. He might be looking at a discovery worth $100,000 at auction. But ultimately, what he found was over 700 gold coins from the Civil War era. I guess for security reasons, they're not releasing the name or location of the farm. But there is a short video posted on YouTube where he's kind of breathlessly surveying the find. He's digging these coins out of the ground, panning his camera across a pile of muddy coins. He said, these are all $1 gold coins, $20 gold coins, $10 gold coins, and I'm still digging them out. This is unblank and real. Now, the National Post reported that the treasure, which has been dubbed the Great Kentucky Hoard, contains 18 $20 gold Liberty coins minted in 1863, one of which previously fetched nearly $100,000 at auction. According to Professional Coin Grading Services, the 1863 $20 gold Liberty coin weighs 33.4 grams. It was designed by James Longacre. It's 90% gold, 10% copper. This Kentucky treasure also includes over 600 gold dollar coins dating from 1850 to 1862, as well as several silver coins. Since the hoard consists of Union currency, it is suspected the former owners in the originally neutral state may have had dealings with the North, or at the very least had a reason to hide their bullion from Confederate raiders. The Numismatic Guarantee Company, the world's largest third-party coin grading service, indicated that this cache of Civil War-era coins unearthed in the Bluegrass State includes finest known 1863 double eagles, as well as several interesting varieties and some errors. A rare coin dealer, lead expert in American coinage, tells the NGC, while I'm always excited when somebody calls asking for advice about a rare coin discovery, the opportunity to handle the Great Kentucky Hoard is one of the highlights of my career. I mean, the importance of this discovery cannot be overstated, as the stunning number of over 700 gold dollars presents a virtual time capsule of Civil War-era coinage, including coins from the elusive Dahlonega Mint. Finding one mint condition 1863 double eagle would be a very important numismatic event. Finding nearly a roll of superb examples is really hard to comprehend. GovMint, a rare coin retailer, has been selected to auction the hoard to collectors. The president of GovMint says, "This extraordinary opportunity allows us to share these historic coins with collectors and enthusiasts, ensuring their preservation and appreciation for generations to come." So they're going to auction. You know, when you say he struck gold, man, oh man. Probably won't get the equivalent of winning the Powerball, which, by the way, that drawing is the next Powerball tonight, right? What was it, 750 million? I can't recall. I have to double check on that. But he'll come away with a pretty good stack of cash. Struck gold. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so they've been telling us for several days that numerous states could possibly see the Northern Lights this week, right? There remains a big question mark here, according to spaceweather.com. Indeed, there is a geomagnetic storm watch, a minor G1 class geomagnetic storm possible on July 13, Thursday, when a CME is expected to pass close to Earth. NASA and NOAA models are giving differing results. NASA predicts a glancing blow from the CME. The NOAA model is predicting a clean miss, total miss. Either way, a close encounter could disturb Earth's magnetic field and produce high-latitude auroras. Meanwhile, a big new sunspot emerging over the sun's northeastern limb, crackling with solar flares. The strongest so far was an M, as in Mary, M6 class explosion on July the 11th. The extreme ultraviolet flash ionized the top of Earth's atmosphere, creating shortwave radio blackouts over North America and Doppler shifting the frequency of America's WWV time standard radio transmissions. Now, in total, this particular region has produced 5 M, as in Mary, class solar flares in the past 12 hours. An X class flare may actually be in the offing. X is it's as big as they get, right? All right, 10 before the hour, and see what's going on with Hillbilly. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. That's pretty interesting about that find that farmer did down there in Kentucky.
I don't know how he came across them. I mean, when they said digging in his cornfield, I don't know if he was plowing. I mean, how do you come across that?
It could have been what you call deep tilling, where you go down below the frost line and the hard pan, and you bust it up where you get better drainage when it rains. It could have brought something up, and then next pass you seen it and went digging in after that and found them, or you might have been put in a ditch for drainage, or who knows.
Right.
But I mean, in my experience, I got a good friend of mine, actually my dad's good best friend. He was a Civil War fanatic, but he always read about down there around Danville, Kentucky, that the Confederates was in full retreat and got stuck with the wagon load of cannonballs and just threw the cannonballs off into the creek and went off. And of course, with the way creeks move over time, no one could find it, and he kind of surveyed it, and he ended up finding them all and donated them to the museum there at Harrisburg Civil War Museum there. But I mean, it's amazing what you'll find under the ground that people left.
Yeah. I mean, obviously,
thinking,
if you're thinking this was probably somebody's life saving, 700 gold coins. And obviously, whoever buried it obviously had a reason, feeling a threat was coming or something. I'm assuming they must have perished because they never went back and dug up their gold.
It also could have been what the unit had for spending money, and they were getting overran, and instead of being captured and going to the Confederate hands, they could have buried it, and
Okay.
everyone back got it too. I mean, things like that's going on to keep it going to the other hands. If you think about it, that's
Yeah.
what I was thinking.
Wow, okay.
Borderline. But because I just in the middle of nowhere, not around a homestead or nothing like that, just kind of out in the middle of the field. That just makes better sense to me.
It would, yeah.
About that guy down in Florida jail that got stabbed. I'm glad he did stir something up and let him do it again, over and over and over. Let him suffer. Didn't let him turn him over to God.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what he did to them girls is just wrong. I mean, I got a buddy of mine. I can't say what he wants to do to him, but it's either he cut off his genitals or burn up in the barn that they can set a fire. You have a pick. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I have no sympathy for him whatsoever. Now the heat waves got the fire truck.
Horse feathers.
Horse feathers. Yeah, it's you're working on radiators on the fire trucks, especially if the motor's in the middle of the truck. Oh, it's a pain in the butt to work on take them radiators out. I've helped the volunteers do it before, and we built up a ramp system to put them on to take one out, put it in. If it's metal radiator, it's corroded too bad, you're just better off replacing it because it's going to start leaking again some other time if you just patch it up. In my experience with radiators.
Yeah.
And if it's plastic, you might as well replace it.
Well, we were talking about it the other morning. I mean, being, I guess, what, a 50-year-old truck. So it's probably the old-fashioned, he was explaining how they used to make them out of this material. Then they moved to aluminum. I guess they were, copper at one point? And...
Right. I mean, they're easy to braze, but if you got one leak, with all the acid and radiator fluid and stuff like that, you're going to have another one sooner or later. It's just easier.
Yeah.
Cheaper in the long run, just go ahead and replace it. Just be dealing with the farm tractors and stuff like that, raising the radiators. Sometimes it's just cheaper to just go ahead and spend the money and replace it and be done with it, and it'll last you the rest of your life.
Yeah.
But you get your Powerball ticket yet?
I have not bought my Wednesday tickets yet. No, sir.
I'm going to be in Ohio and Indiana and Kentucky, so I'm going to buy one in each state and see if I can maybe get lucky.
That's what we're all thinking. Everybody on the same page.
I hear you, Steve. I'll let somebody smarter than me get in here. So, Steve, have a good night.
All right, thanks for checking in. Let me see if I can pull up. It's a $725 million. 725 is the estimated jackpot right now for tonight's drawing. Wednesday, July the 12th. Okay, so good luck to you there. Yeah, I'll drop 10, 20 bucks on it today. See where it goes. All right, let's see. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. I think Chris Wray, the FBI director, today is the day, later this morning. He is going to get the proverbial grilling there on Capitol Hill. Representative Laurel says, we've got some important questions for the FBI director. This is the House Judiciary Committee. We have a a lot of really important questions to ask him this morning. Yeah, we know that the FBI has been investigating parents who attend school board meetings. We know in cases the FBI actually investigated Americans who were attending traditional Roman Catholic churches. So we've got a lot of questions there in making sure the FBI is respecting Americans who are just exercising their First Amendment rights to go and petition a school board if they're concerned about how their children are being educated or to worship freely where they choose. We're also interested in FISA. We know there have been instances of misuse of that surveillance by the FBI. We've got a number of important areas we want to discuss with Ray to get the answers for the American people about the FBI and what's going on over there. Now, he also said Congress needs to ensure the FBI and the DOJ are treating all Americans fairly and equally under the law. Meanwhile, discussions of where is the new FBI headquarters going to be located. Jim Jordan's pushing to put it in Alabama, get it out of D.C., and I guess you'd say the influence of the swamp where the current FBI headquarters is located. So I'll give you more on that coming up here when we come back for another hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Depending on where you are in America, odds are you're experiencing some extreme weather, whether it's flooding in the Northeast or blazing heat in the Southwest. A storm that moved across the Northeast over the weekend has brought heavy rainfall.
We're seeing states of emergency having been declared in parts of a number of states, including New York, Connecticut, and Vermont, where we saw unrelenting rain play out overnight.
Meantime, says NBC News' Emily Akita, some 42 million people are under heat warnings this week. The extreme temperatures hitting states like California, Arizona, Texas, and Florida. President Biden expressed gratitude to the Turkish president for enabling Sweden's NATO accession during their bilateral meeting at the two-day NATO summit in Lithuania.
Thank you for your diplomacy and your courage to take that on. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
Turkey recently lifted its block on Sweden's entry into the military alliance just before the start of the summit that bolsters NATO amidst Russia's ongoing conflict with Ukraine. President Biden will meet Ukrainian President Zelensky during the NATO summit to discuss Russia's war in Ukraine. Ending the war is a priority for NATO leaders. Zelensky expressed frustration on Twitter, stating there seems to be no readiness to invite Ukraine to NATO or make it a member. The Secret Service will brief the House Oversight Committee on their investigation into the cocaine that was found inside the White House earlier this month. Committee Chair, Republican James Comer of Kentucky, has requested the briefing for several days. MSNBC is reporting that it will happen on Thursday morning. Conjoined twin girls are headed home after they were surgically separated at Texas Children's Hospital last month. Ella and Eliza Fuller were born by C-section on March 1st, conjoined at their abdomen and sharing liver tissues. A team of surgeons performed the 6-hour surgery to separate the twins on June 14th. This is USA News.
This ad furnished by Nesmond Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 27cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 27cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Retail experts are urging consumers to be on the lookout for potential Amazon Prime Day scams. The annual sale underway now is wildly popular, but has the potential to draw the attention of criminals looking to capitalize as well. Buyers are urged to be wary of unsolicited emails, texts, or calls, and to look out for links to fraudulent websites. A large majority of Americans say they are financially insecure, according to a new study.
More than 70% of Americans believe they are not financially secure, and roughly a quarter of those people also say they don't think they ever will be, according to a new survey from Bankrate. On average, Americans say they need a salary of roughly $233,000 a year to feel financially secure, which is more than triple what the Census Bureau says the average worker received in 2021. Bankrate analyst Sarah Foster tells CBS 6 Americans are feeling like they're priced out of America. The report shows most surveys blamed factors outside their control, like high inflation, rising interest rates, and the broader economic environment, although personal finance choices and financial literacy also showed an impact on stability. I'm Rebecca Hughes.
A new poll shows President Biden pulling ahead of Donald Trump in a hypothetical 2024 matchup. The Morning Consult poll shows 43% of registered voters would support the sitting president in the general election. It's compared to 42% who said they'd back former President Trump. Another 10% said they would support someone else, with 5% undecided. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It's a chance for the Grand National Circus to catch its breath.
This as the Regional National Circuit hits full stride with more polls than nights of the week. And it won't just be red and green flags waving proudly at Northern Ohio events this summer. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Major off-track news this week as the NTPA welcomes the United States Army into its fold of corporate partners. The Army will sponsor a campaign across events in Northern Ohio in which fans will be informed via PA announcements of the potential benefits and rewards of a career in military service. U.S. Army representatives will further attend several of the supported events, all located north of Interstate 70 in the Buckeye State. We are honored to work with the United States Army, said Greg Randall, the association's executive director. They represent what is right with our country. They are heroes in every sense of the word. We are excited about partnering for many years. Dr. Michael Banke, U.S. Army Education Services Specialist, stated, "This is something that we have wanted to do for some time. We are so happy to support the pullers in Northern Ohio, and we look forward to meeting the pulling fans at the many events." The U.S. Army conducts targeted operations as engaged leaders in Northern Ohio and Western Pennsylvania to recruit and retain the best volunteers to be soldiers in order to maintain the world's best active and reserve military forces. U.S. Army 2023 NTPA events include the Clark County Fair Pull in Springfield, the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals, the Union County Fair Pull in Marysville, the Champaign County Fair Pull in Urbana, the Erie County Fair Pull in Sandusky, the Henry County Fair Grand Nationals in Napoleon, the Muskingum County Fair Pull in Zanesville, the Huron County Fair Pull in Norwalk, the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, the Great Dark County Fair Pull in Greenville, the Friday Night Spectacular in Wellington, the Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, the Charlie Swartz Memorial Pull in Canton, the Hancock County Fair Pull in Findlay, the Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, and the Fall Classic in Medina. The Grand National Circuit was idle across all 13 divisions for a second week, and that will continue for just one more weekend before the tour resumes for 5 divisions in Chapel Hill, Tennessee on Friday and Saturday, July 21st and 22nd. In the meantime, the regional circuit has come up to full boil. In 7 days over the next week, the NTPA will present events in Charlotte, Michigan at the Eaton County Fair on Thursday and Friday, July 13th and 14th, in Iowa at the Winneshiek County Fair in Decorah on Thursday, and the Wright County Fair in Eagle Grove on Friday, in Wilmington, Ohio at the Clinton County Fair, and in River Falls, Wisconsin for the Smokin' Thunder by the Kinney on Saturday the 15th, in Greensburg, Indiana on Monday the 17th, at Hartford, Michigan's Hartford Nationals and Washington Courthouse, Ohio's Fayette County Fair Pull on Tuesday the 18th, and at the National Summer Slide in Monticello, Iowa on Wednesday the 19th. Next week, we'll take a look at the GN standings as we prepare for that series to heat back up in the Mid-South. But you can study up or find a poll near you at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, welcome back. Another hour. Coming up, we'll get to other industry headlines. Again, more on the scorching heat impacting millions of Americans. Plus, we have an update on a major hack of HCA Healthcare, which they say has resulted in a massive data breach that could impact at least 11 million of its patients. So again, updates just ahead here on a Wednesday. First, back to the phones. Brain Dead. Hey there.
Morning, Steve-O. Yeah, you talk about them coins, you know, my heart kind of skipped a few beats because my dad was a coin collector, and I still got my dad's coin collection. That's pretty impressive what he found. I mean, that must have been something where there was a farmhouse and somebody put their savings in, because when you look at it, $700 back in, 1860s, like
yes.
What, a couple million today?
Yep.
I'm not for sure, but yeah, that auction site you talking about, that guy's going to lose about 30% just in seller's fees and everything else. They're one of the bigger sites. I saw one of their auctions go one time. They had a 1920 St. Gaudens $20 gold piece, that was in Mint State 64 and a Mint State 63. And if you want to know how close the one number being off is, the Mint State 63 sold for $20,000 less than the Mint State 60.
Wow.
So, I mean, it conditions everything. And, this is a fairly new hoard because I haven't remember hearing about a hoard found in a long time, because I know Binion, when Horseshoe Casino went under, when I think it was what the feds raided Horseshoe Casino, they said dump truck loads of Morgan silver dollars that went to NGC and got slabbed or put in a holder. And then Fitzgerald's was another one. I've got one of their coins. They found 10,000 Morgan dollars, and out of that 10,000, 1,000, like the one I've got, had a hard mint state, or they haul hard grade as a mint state. And then was it one in Wichita, Kansas was the other hoard. That's the last one I heard, beside the government Carson City dollar hoard. So, but yeah, it's pretty interesting though. It's pretty interesting. But let's see, back on the home front here. A friend of mine sent me a picture today of a message that came across the city ELDs, and it said that the company is no longer worried about the freight from the big shippers such as Walmart, Target, etc. Now, I don't understand this logic and thinking, and maybe one of the more intelligent callers could tell me this. But why would you forget and not carry anything for your big shippers like Walmart, Target, and focus on your smaller ones, which may be what, several a week, maybe 10 a week? Mm-hmm. I mean, that makes no sense, Steve.
Did we lose your brain dead? I think we did. But you're right. It makes no sense. All right, so we got who we got? Is that Blue Jay? Come on, computer, do your thing.
Good morning.
Hey there. There you are.
Steve.
Morning.
Hey, I call in every once in a while. You can call me James. Nobody has a CB handle hardly anymore. But I was listening about the farmer and the coins he found.
Yes.
Nobody's brought up how much is our great Uncle Sam going to get out of that chunk of coins.
I guess when he sells them, then he'll have to pay some sort of tax for whatever he gets at auction.
I would think so.
Yeah.
But that's not what I called about. Like I said, I'm a retired truck driver. I'm 73 years old, and I'm driving a truck. But I only drive 7 weeks a year, and I drive for Music City Youth in the Arts from Nashville, Tennessee. And it's a drum corps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and when I didn't know we had kids that work as hard as these kids do. I mean, they'll rehearse practice from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. Sometimes they got lights that'll be 10 o'clock. And I mean, just some good, wholesome kids. And when I came back to Drive Farm this year, I was going to update my rewards card because I bought a few. They bought a few. I get the rewards.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying anything, I'll reiterate, anything bad about the pilot of Flying J. But when I got my professional rewards card, professional driver card, they said, well, just call that number on the back. And if you had, because I didn't know what my old card number was, anything. So I did that. I called a number, and like I said, I'm 73. My eyesight isn't the best in the world. Do you happen to have a rewards card yourself? I just wanted you to look at it.
No, I do not have a rewards card.
Okay. Well, a lot of guys do, and they're probably listening. But now here's what I know for a fact. I'll say again, nothing against Pilot. They did nothing wrong. But in my old age eyesight, the number on the back to call, the last four is 7378. Well, I talked with a lady at Pilot, and that font is so small.
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah.
a lot of people are mistaken that I believe it's a 3, and I dialed a 5. Everything else was right, but I missed. Well, these scammers, I don't know who they are or where they're from, they picked up on that. I called, guy answered, sounded like he wasn't from around here.
Yeah, yeah.
He sounded like he could be running a 7-Eleven or, something like that. or
Sure,
a
right.
motel.
He's in a call center
But-
in India or something.
Yes. So anyway, I told him what I wanted, and he said, "Oh, yeah, very good." He would get right to that for me and get that done. But first of all, they had a gift certificate offer. Would I be interested? I said, "Well, maybe." People gullible,
Uh-huh.
So they did not scare me, but they have some people. So he wanted to know my address. I gave him my address. He had my name. And because they wanted the address to send my gift certificate to. Now, it's $1.95 shipping postage to get that gift certificate.
Mm-hmm.
And he said,
He
I
wanted,
see here
he
you
wanted,
have a-
he wanted a debit card or a credit card number?
Yeah, he said, now I see you have a MasterCard and a Visa. Well, don't most people have a MasterCard or a Visa?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, just so happens I have both. I said, okay. So he wanted that number to get that $1.95. And I said, well, I don't feel comfortable giving you my credit card number. And he says, well, I already have it. I just need you to verify it.
Right.
They are sharp, Steve. They are sharp. Well, I said, well, I don't care about the gift certificate. Forget it. Just transfer me to whoever I need to talk to about my Pilot Rewards card. Once again, it's not Pilot's fault. They did nothing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's my old eyes did something wrong. So anyway, I finally called him a few choice words and hung up because he wouldn't do anything, Well, tonight, sitting here, I didn't have nothing better to do, so I thought I'd call him back and have some fun. And it was a person sounded like he might own a motel.
Yeah.
So he wanted to know my name. I gave him my name, and I left one letter off the end of my name. I gave him my first name, and wanted my telephone number. Well, I gave him that because I recently got a robo-killer on my phone, and brother, it works fine. I don't get spam calls anymore. But I made up an address, phony address, but a legitimate address. And he said, that's good. And he said, now, got back to the credit card. I said, look, I don't need it. Well, I just turned down the credit card now. And so finally, I got tired of messing with him. And I said, look, let me tell you something. He said, what's that? I said, I know that you're a scammer, and I know that you are taking money from hard-working truck drivers, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And I said a few other words to him also that I can't say now. So if any of the truck drivers out there want to have some fun when you're sitting around, I say call them and waste some of their time because they will waste some of your money.
Yes, sir.
And also, I did talk with a lady from Pilot, and she said, yes, we know about that the font for that number needs to be larger. Once again, Pilot did nothing. I don't want anybody to say I said Pilot did. They are not part of this game at all. But it's happening. Just be careful. And the lady told me, she said, I've told them that they need to make the font bigger, and that they have been some people that got some money taken from them big time. So that's all I got.
All I would have to do is pull out if you pull out your Visa, your MasterCard in most cases. Yeah, I mean, it's like you need a magnifying glass. I'm in the same boat as you. Say, what is that? And the last, if it's a 7-3, let's say, is that a 3 or an 8? Or is it a 3 or a 5? I know what you're talking about. But that's pretty ingenious for the scammers to realize that. Somebody that misdials that number to know who they're actually trying to call and play you off. I guess they've been successful on more than one. How do you get something like that shut down, though? All right, our number, clear lines here for the first time on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I give you the rest of the story here. I'm not real familiar. HCA Healthcare. A major hack. According to HCA Healthcare, the organization recently discovered that a list of certain information with respect to some of its patients was made available by unknown and unauthorized party on an online forum. HCA Healthcare warned patients the hacker accessed information such as name, location, email, date of birth, gender, telephone number, previous patient service dates, and upcoming appointment dates of HCA Healthcare patients. They also revealed that the data breach included a list of information that's used for the organization's email messages, such as reminders for patients to schedule future appointments. According to HCA, the information stolen by the unidentified hacker does not include the payment information sensitive information or clinical information of their patients. Now, although they've informed patients that sensitive information was not included in the data breaches reported the hacker shared a sample code which read in part, "Following up about your lung cancer assessment." While the code has not been confirmed, CBS News indicated that if the code is validated, it would suggest the hacker could have obtained clinical information regarding patients. Additionally, the hacker told Data Breaches, "I have emails with health diagnosis that correspond to a client ID." In a public statement, HCA Healthcare said the data breach appears to be a theft from an external storage location exclusively used to automate the formatting of email messages. They did say the data breach did not cause any disruption to the service provided by the HCA Healthcare or the daily operations, but based on the information known at this time, we do not believe the incident will materially impact business operations or financial results. I think further in the story, it said something about all those millions of individuals potentially impacted by this. They're going to offer free credit report, watching, those sort of monitoring, I guess, those kind of the typical things when a company has a big-time data breach like that. All right, so there you go. We'll get, let's see, news break just around the corner here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. If we hear from Philip this morning, which may be still a little bit early for that, a rocket engine powered by Blue Origin exploded last month during testing, according to Media Matters. The June 30th blast at a West Texas facility of the space company owned by Amazon's founder Jeff Bezos. They say a BE-4 engine detonated about 10 seconds into the test. Yeah, people familiar said they saw a video of a dramatic explosion that destroyed the engine and heavily damaged the test stand infrastructure there. All right, and I think there's a SpaceX launch coming up sometime Thursday morning. We'll give you more coming up here.
USA News Update. Extreme heat is impacting more than 42 million Americans this week. High temperatures are already hitting the Southwest in states including California and Arizona, and the dangerous conditions are only expected to get worse. President Biden is expressing gratitude to the Turkish president for enabling Sweden's NATO accession during their bilateral meeting at the two-day NATO summit in Lithuania.
Thank you for your diplomacy and your courage to take that on. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
Turkey recently lifted its block on Sweden's entry into the military alliance just before the start of the summit, bolstering NATO amidst Russia's ongoing conflict with Ukraine. The Secret Service will brief the House Oversight Committee on their investigation into the cocaine found inside the White House. Committee Chair Republican James Comer had been requesting the briefing for days. MSNBC is reporting it will happen Thursday morning. John Schaefer, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I mentioned other industry headlines. On any given day, you never know what you're going to encounter out there. Like Big Ed encountered a bull hauler with his window down, and he got a little shower from one of those cows going by. We shared that last evening. In this case, in the state of Michigan, a truck driver able to avoid a serious tragedy by swerving to avoid a person standing on the highway Monday on Interstate 696 in Warren, Michigan. The deputy police commissioner says it appears that for some unknown reason, one of the passengers of the Ford Fusion got out of the vehicle, exited the vehicle on the freeway. Now, there was a semi-truck behind them that swerved to avoid this person, which resulted in a collision between the semi and Ford Fusion. Not clear if the car was still moving at the time the person exited the vehicle. Yeah, no one in the Ford Fusion was hurt, so obviously they couldn't have been going that fast. The truck driver was taken to the hospital as a precaution, and no injuries, though. A trucking company spokesperson said, yes, our driver is in the hospital, but it's our understanding he did not sustain any injuries. Then we did share last evening, I think it was Wisconsin, we discussed doing the The Trooper in a Truck patrols this week during Operation Safe Driver Week, which continues here about halfway through now. Looks like word is the Nebraska State Patrol is also conducting Trooper in a Truck operations this week that continues through this Saturday, July the 15th. They announced that the carrier enforcement troopers are conducting special enforcement efforts in various parts of the state throughout the week. And this includes the Trooper in a Truck program. A trooper rides with a semi-driver to spot dangerous behaviors of passenger vehicles or commercial vehicles and passenger vehicles around high-profile vehicles. Right, a couple of tidbits from CDL Life this past day. Monkey Gouger.
Well, good morning. How the hell are you?
How does this Wednesday find you? Doing well, thank you.
Well, we're trailer trucking. I got to break bread with old Grunt yesterday over there where I was loading at.
Yeah.
He was coming in to drop his trailer.
Hadn't talked to Grump in a few weeks. You doing all right?
Oh yeah, he's doing good. We went down to this eatery joint there, and he had to go on home, and I said I'm gonna drink me a beer. It wouldn't bother you, would it? Oh no, they're gonna bother me. I said I can't. I got to lay over. He said, get you one of them big tall Yinglin's. I said, well, Steve, okay, I'll try it. Well, Steve, I have found a brand new Skull Buster beer, guaranteed to give you a headache in 30 seconds.
Okay.
They brought that thing out there to me, and it went down pretty fast. You know, it was good and cold, old mug all frosted up and everything. And I drank that and pretty quick. He said, that's good beer. I said, yeah, it got a little taste to it. So I told that girl, I said, bring me another one. You know, I'm going to hang him with the bill, you know. So I'm going to eat and drink all I can. And so they brought that second one out there. Well, about that second one, my old head started pounding. Bang, bang, bang.
That's
oh,
Skullbuster.
Yeah, I got to tie that old Skullbuster beer. It wasn't worth a hoot. I didn't like it, but we got ready to leave. Old Grunt reached over and grabbed his pocketbook. He said, "Hot damn boy, I left my pocketbook in the truck." That's okay. I got it. You know. So anyway, he said, "I'll catch you next time." I said, "That's okay. Everything's good, buddy. I owe you one anyway." So we had a nice conversation. I was glad to see him because that's the first time I'd seen him since the truck show. And we sat there and got to talking a little bit about this and that, things going on, and had a real good conversation. But the other night when I was talking about catching them fish, old Demon come in there and was questioning my fish catching ability. Because I didn't provide no pictures.
Yeah.
Now, Steve, you know I have told you many times I don't put pictures on Facebook where I fish or what I catch or anything. And what was so funny about this whole thing coming up, you remember I told you I got this cousin that loves to post where she fishes and catches and all that stuff. And every time she went to go fish, I was sitting in her fishing spot.
I recall, yeah.
Well, the other night we had a death in the family. It was a cousin, and it was kind of expected. He'd had a rough go of it. We was all standing outside out there, you know, outside the funeral home there, talking and carrying on, and she come walking up there. One of them said, "Hey, you quit fishing?" And she said, "No, I didn't quit fishing." "Why?" "Well, we don't see you posting no pictures of you catching any fish, because I got tired of that one-arm SOB there popping up in my fishing hole the next day. So, no, I don't put nothing on Facebook no more about catching no fish." the swamp master has struck again. But I mean that you know, if you down there where I live at, you start posting pictures of fish you catch or where you fishing somewhere, they'll sure enough show up the next morning, be right in your hole, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's the reason I don't do it. So Demon, that's the reason you don't see no pictures. I used to do it a long time ago, and then I got to notice that people were following me up the swamp stuff, and I said, oh hell no, I ain't doing this no more. I ain't giving my trade secrets away. But other thing that kind of got me, Steve, is this motel we stay in up there by this plant. It used to be a real nice motel. It's one of the big chains, and but it's owned, you know, by them people over the seas there. And they kind of let this motel go down, and I mean they let it go down bad. And I don't know why these big chains doesn't have inspections on these motels to make sure they're up to standards. So Grump called me and told me he was around the corner, and I said, well, look here, I said, I'll just walk on down to the place we're going to eat. He said, well, I'm fixing to turn the corner. So I turned the air conditioner on, right? And it was hot in there. And we went on down and eat. We must have been down there about 2 hours talking, cutting up, you know, talking shop. I come back, and it was like an oven in that place. So I said, well, I must have turned the doggone heater on in this side. So I got my glasses out just to make sure I had everything set. Yeah, I had everything set. It should have been, like an ice cube in there.
Right.
So I called the front desk and told them, I said, hey, we got a little problem here. And they said, what's the problem? I said, this room's not cooling off. Oh, well, you don't have the controls set right. I said, well, you come down here and show me how to set the controls. So he come walking down there, talking all that chili chopping stuff they talk or whatever they talk. And this room no good. This room no good. You got to move you. I said, okay. So they moved me to another room, you know, and we went in there and set the control, right where he said it controlled it. So I said, well, I'm going to take a shower. I come out, and it was hot at the other room. So I called him up and I said, hey, this ain't working neither. He said, well, I done moved you one time. I reckon I have to move you again. I moved 3 times before we found a room that had an air conditioner that worked in it.
Wow.
And I mean, you know, I called the corporate headquarters, told them about it, you know. Well, we'll check into it. Yeah, I said, yeah, I bet y'all will. But, I mean, it's a shame at what happened to our motel chains in this country by letting these foreigners take over. I mean, I remember when you stayed at back when we were young, if you stayed at the Holiday Inn or the Best Western, that was the Taj Mahal.
Yep.
Not no more. So, anyway, that's about all I got tonight. Everything else is going real good, man. We just trying to get on down here to the Big D and get this off, and then haul buggy back to the Marina Del Rey and see if we can let some more of them fish commit suicide in my cooler box.
If you've talked to Lauren Weiss, that 2-time world champion bull hauler, to confirm whether or not that was his chrome-plated cow truck that urinated all over Big Ed?
No, that's the first I heard of it tonight. I think it's funny.
He said he was rolling through Nebraska, had the windows down because it was cool air, and he said, one of them bull haulers got about halfway past him, and all of a sudden he got a shower coming in his window.
I'll tell you the funniest thing I ever seen, Steve. We was going up this U.S. route one afternoon over there in Oklahoma, and it was hot. And this old cow truck comes flying up there by me, and right there before he got to the red light, I backed off to let him over. He got over, here come this convertible, nice convertible, had two cutie pies in it, buddy. I mean, they had on them short shorts, them halter tops, and they were just grinning and waving, and they pulled up to that stoplight. I said, that'd be a damn catastrophe when them cows was cut loose, one of them cow patties. I didn't even get the thought out of my head, buddy. They got a whole carload dumped right on the prairie. They were cussing and raising hell. I said, boy, I sure would hate to, for them to have to take that car home and had to clean it up.
Wow.
Old cow truck got on the radio. He said, did you see that? I said, yeah, you number one. And they looked down. He said, I'm scared to look down. They might shoot me. But that was hilarious when you talk about Big Ed and not getting that golden shower.
Yep.
Well, he was always talking about them trucker bombs, but he got a cow bomb.
That's it. All right.
Hey, we'll talk to you later,
Have
buddy.
a good morning there, Gouger. Thank you for checking in. You got it, and we'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, thank you much. And let me see here. Brain Dead, back at it. Welcome back.
Yeah, I was trying to get in the gate, and I don't know what the heck happened. I mean, just I don't understand it. But now, back to what I was saying though, with that message that they're going to focus on the small carriers. Why? We can't even service the big carriers right now as it is. I mean, if you're looking to go after the small shippers, you're shooting yourself in the foot. I mean, I don't understand this, and I've said this before. We can go from Memphis to Little Rock, and Little Rock can put it on the next trailer going up to, say, Springfield, Shreveport, etc. overnight, turn next day that way, but we can't turn the next day freight from Little Rock to Memphis. And they haven't grasped the concept of that yet, of what changes they need to do. Because I've told upper management this. I said, I've ordered something in Dallas, Texas. Had it picked up at 6 p.m., I had it at my front doorstep at 12:30. We can't even turn Memphis to Dallas in 2 days. So what makes them think that these small shippers are going to help us. When it's the big ones we need to worry about, and it's the big ones that's going to give us the business. Plus, we need to focus on the service. These idiots around here, Steve, are more worried about their numbers, their goal numbers every day. I don't know about any other carrier. I don't know Estes or SIO, whoever, but I know for a fact they do not focus on the numbers. They focus on the customers and the freight. And this is why they're going down, because they need to get rid of the old yellow management and get people in there like the gentleman that Heatwave said that we paid $1 million for, and let them turn this company around. Because why I'm why I'm leaving right now is partly both reasons, is the management, and I don't know if this company's going to be around in 20 years. And I've got 20 more years to go before I'd say, hey, look, I'm going to see you on a beach somewhere. So, like I said, I see better opportunities at other companies, Steve. So, speaking of that, I'm gonna go eat my lunch, and I'll listen to y'all on the radio.
All right, we'll try to keep you company out there working tonight, right? I just came across the Daily Mail story. Yeah, after this whole Anheuser-Busch Bud Light fiasco, that's really kicking their butt. The Dylan Mulvaney flees to Peru, complaining that she no longer feels safe in the United States after the Bud Light fiasco. Okay. And what else in the story? 26-year-old influencer, the center of scandals this year, causing a storm of outrage after partnering with Bud Light in April, knocking millions off the value of the company. After addressing the ordeal publicly on her TikTok last month, Mulvaney announced she's solo traveling to South America to reconnect with herself, and filmed herself frolicking with the llamas. Oh, the llamas. I came here to feel something. I definitely have. I've done shaman ceremonies that were like 10 years worth of therapy. I've seen a lot of llamas. The people are so kind. I feel very safe here. All right. Glad you feel safe. That's the price you pay, right? All right, what do we got here? Philip is on board, and I did pull up the schedule. There is indeed, I guess it's just after midnight, tonight into Thursday morning. The next Starlink launch is slated, 12:10 a.m.
Yeah, about around that time there, buddy. How you doing? You doing all right today?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I got to thank Braindead for bringing up what he just brought up there, not to get away from rockets just for a second, but I think a lot of companies need to emphasize on what they do instead of what they think of, and a lot of things. And I think that's what's happening now, Steve. The quality of service has gone down in everything. And I think that a lot of these big companies, they need to worry about the quality of service instead of other things. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I'm with you there, Braindead, on that one. The Rockets, they're wanting to do over 100 this year, Steve. So I mean, SpaceX is kicking it with those Falcons, and he's launching a lot of them, and he's trying to get as much as he can. And that Starship, it's not far from being done where they're going to go again. They just got to get the launch facility fixed back to what they need. Everything's in place for it to go. They've already cryo tested the booster, and they did all the testing on the Starship itself. So it's all ready to go. It's just a matter of getting the launch facility together and getting her back out there on the launch facility and going for it. They have reconfigured their launch facility this time. It looks the same if you just look at it from a distance, it looks the same, but they did a lot of things to the upgrades on it, like, how it hooks up to the rocket, all that stuff. all that stuff has been re-engineered now. I mean, they learned a lot from that one launch, busting all that concrete and destroying a lot of stuff. They learned a lot from it. So let's just see if they can get it going. So what do you think, Steve?
I mean, I'm looking. I stand corrected. It's not Wednesday night and Thursday. It'd be like Thursday night into Friday morning, the 14th at 12:10 a.m. The schedule. I mean, that's the 14th. They've got a Falcon 9 that's going to launch from Vandenberg on the 18th. Then the 22nd, 4 days later, another Falcon 9 from Port Canaveral. Then the following day, the 23rd, the Falcon Heavy is supposed to go up. And they said SpaceX is going to set 2 records with that launch. The heaviest geostationary satellite ever launched at just over 9 metric tons. And the first ever dual drone ship landings, I guess, for the reusable rockets. I mean, that's a crazy schedule.
That is a crazy schedule, and they've got the turnaround on those things is unbelievable. And that Falcon Heavy, that's the one I've been talking about that you need to watch, because to bring both of those down, they do it all the time on their landing zones at Kennedy Space Center. But their landing zones are being taken over now. They're handing them back to the government, that facility, that part of the deal, and they're going to reestablish them in a different location on property. So they've got to use those drone ships to bring the rockets back, and to have 2 of them. My big question about that is, are them barges beside each other? Are they going to be spread out?
Yeah,
that's what I want to see, Steve. You know, because if they're beside each other and you got 2 of them landing in the ocean right beside each other, that'd be unbelievable.
That would be fascinating.
It's kind of neat how they do that.
Yeah. Hey, hold that thought there, fellow, because we got to get to the news break here. We close out another hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The Northeast dealing with what officials call catastrophic flooding. A Vermont dam is threatening to overflow into the state's capital city. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren is in Montpelier, where residents there are being warned by officials.
They are still warning everybody to be ready to head to higher ground.
Montpelier city manager warned there are few evacuation options left below the Wrightsville Dam. Officials are not sure how much damage it could do if it's breached. Amtrak suspended service along part of the East Coast after 2 train cars derailed at Union Station in D.C. Services were on hold between D.C. and Richmond, Virginia for a time after the incident Tuesday morning. The clock is ticking to avoid the largest strike in the U.S. since the 1950s. Talks between UPS and the Teamsters union fell apart again. A majority of the 340,000 UPS workers voted to authorize a strike by July 31st. The House panel investigating the origins of COVID-19 is honing in on a 2020 paper concluding the virus did not come from a lab leak.
I view the processes to be flawed. If we're to do better in the future, we must make every effort to mend our flaws.
Republican Congressman Brad Wenstrup said the panel is examining whether scientific integrity was disregarded in favor of political expediency. Republicans have claimed the paper was used as a cover-up. A man who accused the Biden family of corruption is facing arms trafficking and other federal charges. The Justice Department announced Gal Luft is charged with acting as an unregistered agent of China. Luft, who is a key figure in House Republicans' investigation into alleged influence peddling by the Biden family, is currently on the run and denies any wrongdoing. This is USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
NATO leaders say Ukraine can join the military alliance once certain conditions are met. That's what the head of the alliance said earlier on Tuesday during a NATO summit in Lithuania.
Over the past several years, Ukraine has become increasingly interoperable and politically integrated with the alliance and has made substantial progress on its reform path.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller says conditions include anti-corruption efforts and strengthening of Ukraine's democracy. President Biden has made clear he does not believe Ukraine should join NATO until its war with Russia is over. A suburb in Chicago paying reparations to black residents. Lisa Taylor with more.
Evanston has already paid 16 citizens from a $10 million package approved in 2019, according to the Evanston Roundtable. The committee expects to have paid $25,000 by the end of the year to 140 qualifying residents. Head of Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center at Howard University, Justin Hansford, told the newspaper he sees it as an experiment for the rest of the U.S. I'm Lisa Taylor.
PGA Tour executives are defending the company's planned merger with Saudi Arabia-backed Live Golf.
We believe we've done everything we could possibly do to defend what we stand for.
While testifying before a Senate committee Tuesday, PGA Tour COO Ron Price said the agreement was made to protect the PGA. He argued ongoing litigation with Live Golf was undermining the growth of the sport of golf and threatening the PGA's very survival. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a Wednesday. For our friends in the Southwest, hope you're finding a way to stay cool, because the heat is on. Talking record-challenging temperatures. First, let me get back to Philip. Yeah, we were talking about the SpaceX program, the aggressive schedule. I mean, that launch the other day was the 16th reuse of that. I guess they call it the booster, right? Where they land that. Any idea how many times could they use one of those? Before they reach their life expectancy? Do you know?
They could keep using them as long as they want, buddy. As long as they come back and they can refurbish the engines on them. That's the biggest thing, is refurbishing the engines on them.
Okay.
And refurbishing if with salt water, even if you do get when it gets close to salt water, see, that's the thing. It needs to be on that barge, because that barge keeps it out of the water. Now they could land them on in the water themselves. You think about the space shuttle. We used those solid rocket boosters for years. With the space shuttle.
Yeah.
They would send them back out. They would send them, I believe it was either Alabama or Louisiana, and they would send them back out there, and they'd refurbish them, and they'd send them right back out here to KSC and rebuild the space shuttle. We did that for years, and they did that a lot more than 16 times. But what's kind of cool about that booster, what Elon Musk and those guys found out at SpaceX is they could take the guidance system, and what a guidance system is basically it's the computer that steers the rocket, where it goes. They figured out that they could break that thing up into sections. They could have a guidance system for the booster coming back. They could have a guidance system for the stage that's putting the satellite into orbit. The guidance systems were all developed that way. Over years ago, we used to do the same thing with Apollo. Mm-hmm. And they put a signal on that barge, and they bring it right back to that barge. Everything in the world, Steve, is globally positioned. So, you know what latitude and longitude is, right, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so all you need to do, if you want to bring something to a certain point in the Earth, is you just need a latitude and longitude where it's at. And that's what they did. They take that barge, they put it out at a certain latitude and longitude. it sends a signal to that booster. When it's coming back, that booster picks up on that signal and says, I got to go to that point. It takes it to that point. It's the same way if they haven't landed on land. When they landed on land, it sends a signal out to it, says it's got to come back to here, and it comes right back to there with the software package. And those barges are pretty neat too. They got an arm on them that goes out. Excuse me. After that booster lands, they got an arm that goes out and grabs the booster and keeps it straight upright. You ever noticed how when those come back, Steve, they show them on the barge, they're straight up in the air, they're not flipped over or anything?
Yeah.
They got an arm on that barge that actually comes out and grabs that thing remotely. Everything's done on remote with that barge. It's not like somebody goes out there and just does this or that. The barge will drive itself back into a point, and then a tugboat picks it up and brings it into the port.
Yeah, somebody was asking the other night, you kind of answered the question. They were asking about, are those boosters like remotely programmed, or is there someone on the ground with the joystick also like trying to help bring it back? But so it's all fully programmed in at launch then?
Absolutely. Everything is autonomous. So think about this. You know, when they launch these crews up to the space station, those guys, they're inside that capsule. They're just watching it. They're seeing if anything's going on their end. That rocket is flying itself. That's flying on a computer. So if you listen to the countdown on a rocket nowadays, and I don't care what kind of rocket it is, it can be any of them, they get down to a point within about a minute of it taking off, the computer takes over. When the computer takes over, that's it. They've relinquished control of it. It's nothing manual then. And you get down to a minute, that's when the computer takes over and starts monitoring everything. And then what happens is the computer sees something anomaly in what's going on, it shuts it down. They do have a manual override, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they don't have a manual override, but the computer does most of it. It's pretty cool stuff. And got news for you folks, that's what's coming in with these autonomous vehicles. So it's all coming. I mean, it is what it is, Steve. So just have to sit back and watch and see what we got going on.
All right.
Y'all have a good one, buddy.
Transferring to internal controls. I think isn't that the line they use? Transferring to internal controls. Computer control. Yes, indeed. All right. It's 844-844-3388. The House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan of Ohio here. He's pushing for the FBI to build their new headquarters in Huntsville, Alabama, rather than Washington, D.C., to take the politics out of how the agency functions. According to the Wall Street Journal this past day, Jordan may cut the Bureau's funding unless it moves to Alabama's mid-sized city, roughly 700 miles from the nation's capital. Now, the FBI plans to move its headquarters from near the White House to the suburbs. Still, Republicans are upset with how the agency has targeted former President Trump, and they're threatening to strip funding for the new facility in response to that. Agency said that any budget cuts imposed by Congress would be detrimental to the support that the FBI provides to the American people. Numerous operational reasons to keep the facility close to the D.C. area, including staying close to the Academy at Quantico, Virginia. Now, the Huntsville site would likely be part of a recent agency multi-year expansion at the Redstone Arsenal, about 1,100 acres that currently house 860 employees and expected to increase to approximately 3,400 by the year 2026. Our overarching goals at the Huntsville expansion are to enhance operation and create synergy between FBI program areas that are all currently spread out geographically and functionally. Now, the FBI has had a presence at Redstone Arsenal there in Huntsville for more than 50 years. The agency said on the jobs page of the website today over 1,000 employees work in various operational and enterprise capacities there. So we'll see where that goes. I know there's several states that were trying to woo them into building the headquarters in their respective states. Well, 5-7.
I don't know how that's going to help. They got phones and connections to computers. I guess they're going to ask him a few questions about, doing surveillance on the American people and school boards. So this Christopher Wray thing, it'll be interesting. We're going to have some interesting sound bites. Let's see. Hotels. And before 1995, I was trusting, man. I just hit a motel, go to sleep, I got broke down the load cancel in Baltimore back, 95, between 95 and 80, 98. I really can't even remember it other than hearing Monkey Gouger's story. And it's that truck stop in Baltimore. Well, I found a decent spot. It was safe. But the AC unit had been out in the tractor. So my boss, and by the way, this is why I like working for smaller companies. The boss is the one who says, well, your AC ain't fixed yet. I said, no, sir. It was like 95 degrees at night up there. And he said, go ahead and get your motel room. I'll pay for it. And I wouldn't want to sleep like that. And I said, okay. Well, I go in there, and I think it was just about the time that they started talking about bed bugs. So, yeah, I go in there and pull that cover down, and in between the top sheet and the bottom sheet, I do pubic hairs.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah, I didn't call nobody. What I did is, because it was a double, I went ahead and pulled the sheets off, everything off, looking for bugs at the foot of the bed, all this stuff. And then what I did is just put the quilt down. I looked it over real good, put the quilt down, and got the quilt off of the other bed, flipped it upside down, and slept between that. But I did go back down to the tractor and get my own pillow. Yeah, I'm not so trusting in. And then there was a thing on the reels that were showing taking black light, and they went in. It was a news, story. They rented a room, and then they purposely sprayed some invisible stuff on it. They would come up in a black light, a stain light, and then they come back and rented that same room the next night. When you pulled that back, it proved that they did not change the sheets in the doggone thing. And always check real good before you lay down. That way you don't carry anything back out with you. Other than that, the only thing I wanted to call is, 2 months or 2 weeks before DeSantis declared his run for presidency in South Carolina, we was already getting campaign things, pro DeSantis campaign things. That's just before I left the house this morning. Had a thing on that, why are the Democrats laughing and rejoicing? Flip it over, because if Trump gets the presidency or the nomination, the Democrats have it all. Well, I'm sorry, I don't care. I'm going with Donald Trump because DeSantis is along with, if the swamp wants DeSantis, if the guys that got us, helped get us here slowly, I'm sorry, and they're as afraid of Donald Trump as the Democrats are. So, and I'm sorry, it's going to be up to the American people. I'm going to vote for the man I believe that will actually, and this time around, actually won't be worried about his re-election. Will actually do something. I hate to see vengeance happen, but in our government, but face it, it's got to be broke up. It's got to be busted up because, as you can see, there is no justice at the Justice Department.
Yep.
The FBI is a puppet, a lapdog to the Democrat presidency, and it just, I mean, our former government has already been violated by people that take the oath to defend the Constitution. That alone should be a violation, and it should be jail time for what they've done to the American people. So, hey, it's their reputation right now. At least that's getting drug out. Mayorkas, you know, all these people, I mean, it's getting thrown out in the light. So I'm sure these guys think a whole lot of themselves, but they're not real happy with their reputation being dragged through the mud. But they have no defense for what they said. I'm going to quote Marjorie Taylor Greene as I close out this rant when she looked at Mayorkas, called him a liar, and they attacked that poor woman for telling the truth. She didn't gussy it up. She talked like the American people wanted to tell him, and he's a liar. He is not controlling the border. Babies are being sold across the border and sold into slavery. Mayorkas, this is on your watch. This is on your head. So I support Marjorie Taylor Greene, which of course there is no freedom in the Freedom Caucus because they didn't like her freedom of speech.
All right, they shut her down. Yep.
5-7, we're going on down to South Georgia. We're going to enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah, all right. Safe travels out there, and we'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like Eagle will be checking in coming up here for the first time this week. Just a couple of minutes from news break, Eagle. If you want to hang in there, we'll get to you right out of that. Meanwhile, we're talking about the heat being on in the southwestern USA, the prolonged heat wave, several records likely to be challenged through mid-July here in that region of the country, including the likes of Phoenix, Arizona. Daily highs will be at risk throughout this week in the Arizona's Valley of the Sun. Looks like the peak of the heat probably coming our way on Thursday of this week. Yeah, Phoenix has hit 110 degrees or higher each day this month in July, and we're into the 12th already. Now, forecasters say they may actually challenge their existing 18-day record for that temperature mark as we trudge on into July. That 18-day streak of 110 degrees or higher was set 50 years ago, way back in 1974. And do we have some sort of a global warming thing going on in 74? Come to think of it, I remember that I would have been 10 years old at the time. Yeah, in elementary school and in the middle school day, that's the time when we were all concerned that we were going to freeze to death. We were going back to an ice age. That's what we were being taught in 1974. Okay. All right, in addition to setting records, there's an outside chance that parts of Phoenix could hit 120. That's not a certainty. It's possible late this week and this upcoming weekend. Phoenix has only hit the 120-degree mark 3 times since they started keeping records back in 1929. All right. What else? Aside from the daytime temperatures, here's a concern. When the sun goes down, it doesn't really cool off. Overnight temperatures in the desert usually drop off into the 70s or 80s. Well, later this week, some spots, including Phoenix, are probably going to be stuck close to 90 degrees for your overnight low temperatures. See, that means, the power grid, the strain on the grid. I don't know how much solar energy is generated out in that region of the country, but any storage from the solar panels throughout the day, when the sun goes down there, that gets sucked up pretty quick. I mean, it's probably going to be putting a big-time strain on the grid there in the Southwest. Now, it's summertime, folks. It's typically quite hot in July. Yeah, this week's going to be bringing temperatures pretty highly anomalous in Las Vegas. Daytime highs usually hover about 105 degrees this time of year. Yeah, Phoenix is typically a few degrees warmer than that. Albuquerque is forecast to climb to 100 degrees multiple days this week. After coming close to the century mark a couple of times, they did finally hit their first 100-degree high this past Sunday. And they're actually running a bit behind. Meanwhile, America's hottest location will reach levels that are pretty noteworthy over the next week. Death Valley, California. And there's a reason it's called Death Valley, right? Yeah, set to reach the 120s starting today and may even come close to 130 over the weekend. And there in the desert, Death Valley, overnight temperatures may only fall into the middle or upper 90s. Wow. Okay, it's summertime. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Extreme heat is impacting more than 42 million Americans this week. High temperatures are already hitting the Southwest in states including California and Arizona, and the dangerous conditions are only expected to get worse. President Biden is expressing gratitude to the Turkish president for enabling Sweden's NATO accession during their bilateral meeting at the 2-day NATO summit in Lithuania.
Thank you for your diplomacy and your courage to take that on. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
Turkey recently lifted its block on Sweden's entry into the military alliance just before the start of the summit, bolstering NATO amidst Russia's ongoing conflict with Ukraine. The Secret Service will brief the House Oversight Committee on their investigation into the cocaine found inside the White House. Committee Chair Republican James Comer had been requesting the briefing for days. MSNBC is reporting it will happen Thursday morning. John Schaefer, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at transparentlabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from transparentlabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at transparentlabs.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Promised we'd get to Eagle out of the break. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm down here in Texas, Steve. I'll be rolling out tomorrow from home time. I took extended weekend since I didn't get to go home for the 4th of July, so I had to take 4th of July late this year.
Oh, we've been wondering where you've been. I thought you might have spent a little bit of time at home there, so because we hadn't heard from you in a few days. So.
Yeah. My girlfriend, she won't let me listen to the radio at night when I'm at home. I gotta stay with her, so you know how that goes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't stay up late at night when I'm at home, unfortunately. But yeah, Steve, it's red hot down here in Texas where I'm at. It's like 100 and about 115, 117 with the humidity mixed in with the heat. It's like when you walk out your front door, it's like you're stepping into an oven. Somebody put you in a microwave or something. It's not no joke down here in Texas. But July, well, believe it or not, August is the hottest month in Texas. We still got another 8 or 9 weeks of this heat down in Texas. So anybody that's coming to Texas, you better make sure you charge up your air conditioner, put some Freon in it, because you're going to need it when you get down in Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, El Paso, wherever you're going. You're going to need some cold AC down here in Texas. This ain't no joke. Like I say, it's definitely warm. It's definitely warmer than it was last year. Ain't no doubt about that. So I'm looking to go ahead and get on out of Texas tomorrow, maybe get to cooler temperatures because it's miserable down here right now. So, but that's like you keep saying, it's just summertime. But yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things that I want to touch on that I couldn't touch on. Steve, I told you last week, about this Hunter Biden situation. It just makes me sick just thinking about it. But before I get to Hunter Biden, I want to talk about this because I told you this for months now. This press secretary, I can't even look at this woman. This woman is totally disgusting, Steve. This Jean Pierre, whatever the hell her name is, she has got to be the worst, and I do mean worst, press secretary the United States has ever put in front of a microphone. It's just disgusting that the lies that she comes out and tells every day after day to the American people. Whether she's told to do that or whether she's just that stupid, I don't know. But I'm just fed up with her. I wish there was somebody who could just sweep her right out of the White House in the unemployment line where she belongs. Because the American people deserve the truth, Steve. We deserve the truth in America about what's going on in the White House, and we're definitely not being told the truth. They asked the woman a question about the cocaine, and her answer is just totally disgusting, what she said about the cocaine situation at the White House. Still no press conference has been heard. I overheard during your last break that the White House is supposed to have a press conference on Thursday morning to discuss this cocaine situation. And you and I both know, Steve, guess what? Do you really think they're gonna come on the microphone and say that cocaine belonged to Hunter Biden?
I'd say
I doubt it.
No. I'd say no. But if they did, I'd be greatly surprised. But
yeah, well, they're gonna say, and anybody that's dumb enough to believe in it, I'm gonna repeat myself, dumb enough, they're gonna try to say that a visitor, so-called tourist, to the White House walked into the White House past all the Secret Service agents and all the security they have in the White House with cocaine, and they just happened to leave it in a bad place. So for all you people out there who's wondering where that cocaine is, it's not Hunter Biden. It's just a tourist that ventured into the White House and left it there. Meanwhile, Joe Biden continues to embarrass America, Steve. It's just one embarrassment after he's over in England meeting with the so-called King Charles, whatever the hell his name is, and it completely embarrassed the United States again, Steve. This is the representative of America. This man here walks around in a complete daze. He looks like a mannequin when he walks around. He looks like a mannequin when he was walking around with the king, like an old man that's looking at new things. It's just embarrassing that this man actually represents America and is supposed to be the most powerful man in the world. All these people talking about, they continue to talk about Donald Trump, Steve, having classified documents and having the nuclear codes. They say they're scared of Donald Trump you mean to tell me you're not scared of Joe Biden not having the nuclear codes? A man that walks around like that? I think not, my friend. Joe Biden is the man that you don't want with them nuclear codes from what I've been seeing on my television screen. I'd much rather have Donald Trump in possession of those nuclear codes than that man I've been seeing for the last couple of days. Like I said, Steve, as far as the justice of Biden, I'll continue to talk about him for the next year and a half if he continues on as president. But you and I both know that no justice will take place, so I've given up on that. I'm no longer going to talk about Joe Biden being impeached, Joe Biden being kicked out of the White House. It's not going to happen because we don't have a justice. It's called the injustice system for the Biden crime family. And like Sean Hannity said, Steve, that should have been the final straw right there, what Hunter Biden did over the last couple of weeks when he had the gall to bring cocaine into the White House, but nothing has been done about it and nothing will be done about it. So we'll continue on with this travesty for the next year and a half. And hopefully this, like I told you last week, see, this is the most important election that we have in the history of America coming up in 2024. And the American people better make the right decision because if they continue on, if you, like I said, Steve, I can't even believe somebody would have the gall to walk into a voting booth and sign their name on the dotted line for Joe Biden. It just amazed. It just amazed me how somebody could actually walk into a voting booth and actually sign up for Joe Biden after what they've seen over the last 3.5 years. But if you're dumb enough to do that, then you get what you deserve the way I see it. Over the next 4 to 8 years, you'll get exactly what you got coming to you from Joe Biden, and that's absolutely nothing. So you better, so the American people need to make the right move, whether it's Donald Trump, DeSantis, or any other so-called Republican. You better make the right move because if you put this individual back in the White House, the United States, we're already owned by China, and all these other countries will definitely be owned by China, and we'll be at the will of those people until they decide to release us. So, like I said before, Steve, I'm so frustrated. I don't know what to do at this point. But like I said, I'm not going to talk about justice anymore about Joe Biden because you and I both know there is no justice. There will be no justice for Joe Biden until he leaves the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, speaking of, the term is Bidenomics. Was it last week before, Biden was touting the great success of Bidenomics. Let's see. Economics editor John Carney was interviewed with Fox Business host Larry Kudlow this past day and actually explained what Bidenomics really does. The inflationary Bidenomics spending policies ruined the economy that was inherited from President Trump. Carney described Bidenomics as command and control economic policy. It's the Democrat agenda in legislative form, yet they call it bottom up and middle out. That's exactly the way Biden referenced it last week. It's nothing like that. The money goes first to the corporations, and then somehow it's supposed to trickle down in the form of tax subsidies, trickle down to workers. Yet they have the gall to attack successful economic programs like Reaganomics, or like the Trump economic program is trickled down. They are the real trickle-down people. And this is top-down economics. Carney also argued that the foundation of Bidenomics are based on the falsehood that he inherited a failing economy from Trump. During the campaign, Biden said Trump had wrecked the economy with his fumbled COVID response. That was the line they used over and over again. Then they said they inherited a failed economy when we were growing at close to 6% for the year before they got in. Yeah, that was with all the disaster of COVID. We still grew 5.6%. So they built Bidenomics on this idea that the economy was failing. That was untrue. So what they needed to do was pass something, because otherwise the economy would have recovered. And people would say Trump fixed the economy. They couldn't have that happen. So they passed something ironically called the American Rescue Act. We didn't need rescuing. It's like throwing somebody a weight when they're already swimming to shore. You're like, here's a life jacket, and it sinks them down further. So that's what started the inflation going crazy. Now, we would have had inflation, but we wouldn't have gone up to 9% without those trillions of dollars being spent. And ever since then, it's just the lie after lie. The Inflation Reduction Act, not reducing inflation. It's going to cost us 3 times as much as they told us it would. Unfortunately for Biden, his Bidenomics narrative does not appear to be convincing the American people. Recent polling showing Americans remain overwhelmingly unhappy with his handling of the economy. But that hasn't stopped the administration from attempting what Carney characterized as wishcraft, as in wishing away inflation by declaring victory. That's the theme that he expounded on. I call it wish casting or wishcraft rather than statecraft, meaning they make a wish, they hope it happens. They keep doing this on inflation, and we're going to see it tomorrow. They're going to declare victory over inflation, probably for the 5th or 6th time. They're going to declare it. Problem is, this makes them more unpopular because everybody noticed inflation isn't over. Although inflation has dipped from the highs down to 3%, it's likely going to climb back to 4% this year, which will render premature any Biden declaration of any sort of victory over inflation. There you go. This wishful thinking will only damage Biden's credibility even more. Because when they convince everybody, look, Bidenomics defeated inflation, and then inflation comes back, they'll be in a lot of trouble. All right, clear lines, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As Philip mentioned, it's been hot there in Florida. Yes, it has. And yes, it's summertime. Just looking at social media posts from a meteorologist. I believe he's actually out of New Orleans. But he had a graph of what they're calling a marine heat wave. In other words, water temperature heat wave. They had a water temperature, I guess, kind of a pocket where the water temperature was at 97 degrees in the Florida Keys this past day. That's a steam bath, right? Now, I said, sadly, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is forecasting an 80 to 100% probability of coral bleaching in this area over the next few months. Right down there at the southwest tip of Florida, along the Keys, and pointing to the area, let's say Johnson Key. Johnson Key recorded a 97-degree water temperature. Now, how much above normal is that? Usually the Florida Keys water temperature would top out at 90, 91 degrees. Normally, that would be late August, early September. So right now, the water temperature's averaging 10, 15 degrees above normal here for early and mid-July. But no doubt that is some scorching water. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Well, will the powers that be ever come to the realization, because the surveys continue to show over and over again, most American people have no desire, no interest in purchasing an electric automobile. And more proof to that fact. Unsold electric cars are piling up on dealer lots as the auto industry cranks out more electric vehicles, but the buyers don't exist. Luxury brands in particular are struggling with high inventories of electric vehicles that nobody wants to buy. The growing discrepancy between electric car supply and demand suggests that while consumers may be showing a bit more interest in EVs, they're still concerned about buying one due to the price or charging concerns. Senior Manager of Economic and Industry Insights at Cox Automotive likened this situation to the 1989 film Field of Dreams, which coined that famous phrase, "If you build it, he will come." Well, in the car world, companies have built it. Now they're waiting for customers to come. Survey conducted by Cox Automotive found that 51% of consumers are now considering either a new or used electric vehicle. That's up from 38% in 2021. Yeah, despite interest, sales are not keeping up with the increased output. The nationwide supply of electric vehicles in stock has swelled nearly 350% this year. There's more than 92,000 units sitting on lots. That translates to a 92-day supply. Now, that data does not include Tesla vehicles because they sell directly to the customer. Meanwhile, dealers have a slim 54 days worth of gasoline-powered vehicles in inventory. Normally, there would be at least a 70-day supply. As for the luxury brands, they appear to be struggling. Taking a closer look reveals much higher electric vehicle inventories than others. The Korean luxury brand Genesis, for example, sold only 18 of their nearly $82,000 G80 electric vehicles in the 30 days leading up to June 29th. They had 210 in stock nationwide. That translates to a 350-day supply. Other luxury brands like Audi's Q4 e-tron and their Q8 e-tron, the GMC Hummer electric vehicle SUV, also have substantial inventories well above 100 days. Now, to add insult to injury of the luxury electric vehicles' high price tag, these vehicles are typically not even eligible for federal tax credits. If you build it, they will come. Or not. All right. Meanwhile, about a minute before news break and final hour coming up. So plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Just a moment to remind you, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around with gasoline for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage changes that. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, as I mentioned, final hour coming your way just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The National Guards rescued over 100 people or more from floodwaters in Vermont as the Northeast has faced the effects of a powerful rainstorm. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren is in Montpelier, where residents have a new worry.
Officials now concerned about a dam above the city here. They say it's approaching capacity. They may need to let some water out, which could be devastating.
New York is helping with severe flooding in Vermont.
The New York Task Force 1 Urban Search and Rescue Team is in the state to help with Vermont's flood response and recovery efforts. Over 100 people had to be rescued from flooded homes and cars. New York's rescue unit has 46 team members, K9 units, along with 6 boats to aid in water rescues. Parts of Vermont has seen up to 9 inches of rain, with rivers and crests reaching levels higher than when Hurricane Irene hit the state in 2011. Lisa G., New York.
Senators being briefed on artificial intelligence by top government officials.
One of the greatest tools we have for predicting and intercepting attacks on the homeland, for adding unprecedented sophistication to our cybersecurity, and for protecting our elections.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said the classified briefing on Tuesday focused on the technology's impact on global and national security. The Justice Department says former President Trump should no longer be entitled to immunity in writer E. Jean Carroll's 2019 defamation lawsuit.
Before Tuesday's court filing, the DOJ previously noted that Trump was acting within the scope of his office as president when he denied Carroll's rape accusations and allegedly defamed her. The reversal means the department will no longer seek to shield Trump from civil liability in the case. It also allows the lawsuit to move forward to trial in January. I'm Brian Shook.
This is USA News.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 27cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 27cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Investigators believe a series of shootings led to the July 2nd deadly mass shooting in Baltimore. Charging documents show police found bullet shell casings at numerous crime scenes within the Brooklyn Homes community, where 2 people were killed and 28 others wounded during a block party. So far, the only person charged in connection with the shooting is a 17-year-old. Donald Trump is slamming President Biden for supplying Ukraine with cluster bombs.
The former president said Biden is dragging the U.S. into World War III by sending the cluster munitions to Ukraine. Trump added that the weapons will kill innocent people for decades to come, long after the war ends. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has defended its decision. In an interview with MSNBC, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Ukraine would be defenseless without the weapons. That's because he says traditional weapons stockpiles have been depleted. I'm Lisa Taylor.
New Orleans Saints running back Alvin Kamara's admitting to his role in last year's Las Vegas hotel brawl. He pled no contest to a misdemeanor charge.
Man up, ladies.
Tupac Shakur's self-designed crown ring will lead the Sotheby's hip-hop auction. Sotheby's says the crown jewel's expected to sell for at least $200,000. Officials say Tupac designed the ring in 1996 to celebrate his infamous deal with Death Row Records and his release on bond from a New York jail. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour. Ready or not on a Wednesday? Mike. Yes, indeed. Hump day. Yeah, typically we would have heard from one of our regular listening friends normally by this point in time. But I was informed by Knucklebuster you're on your own the rest of the week. So what's going on? Said, I got COVID. Oh, man. Yep, he said, I had it 1 year and 2 days ago. He called in final hour yesterday morning. And I think I talked to him maybe briefly after the show. And he, somewhere yesterday morning, started, it comes on pretty quick. I guess he had the test done. And yep, COVID. They did say, I don't get it. I've had the shots, and I've had a booster, and still got it. It's because the shots don't prevent it. And I guess now all you say is, quote, hopefully it'll just be a mild case, right? Hopefully that is the case. I said, oh boy, now, I bet Tennessee's just thrilled to death, right? That's his wife. Yeah, she's not at all happy. I said, what are the odds that she'll be able to sneak by without coming down with it? I said, well, are you going to do the Paxlovid thing? Take the pills or whatever? Made it sound like, I guess he got a hold of his, like an online doctor kind of thing, and he's supposed to pick up the Paxlovid later this morning. And so I said, well, if you're supposed to take it as early as you can when you come down with symptoms. So I said, yeah, if you just came down with it this past morning, you start taking that today, hopefully that'll shorten the duration. All right, so say a prayer for our old pal Knucklebuster. Going to be in bed a couple of days. Hey, what's up?
Playing radio tonight or this morning, Steve?
I'm trying to. What's going on?
In the land of enchantment here, heading to the land of fruits and nuts. You mentioned something about Tennessee.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the deal with Tennessee? What did you hear about Tennessee?
Well, Tennessee, that's his wife's handle, Tennessee. No, that's Knucklebuster's wife. Knucklebuster's wife goes by Tennessee.
Oh, okay. I missed that. I was just thinking you was on the subject of COVID. I was just wondering if you was mentioning something about pretty strong in Tennessee. It might be. I don't know. I mean, about 2 or 3 family members at home got it, COVID. I mean, they've had the vaccine. I've had the vaccine. I've never had it. My wife has never had it. We got lucky. We've been out here, since it started. We got pretty lucky. We've not got it yet. Then I got the shot. Maybe it won't affect me too bad. So it wouldn't bother me to get it now. So I might go for that. I got like 6 weeks left to work to retire. I think I could milk that one on out. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Oh boy, what a way to go though, huh?
I wouldn't wish that on you, no.
I don't know. It depends how bad I get it though. But anyway, I heard bits and pieces of the. I didn't watch it all, but I heard bits and pieces of the moron we got over there, and went over to England there, and he, like Eagle said, he's walking around like a mannequin or a damn zombie.
I mean, the video I saw, he's walking next to King Charles, and I guess they were supposed to kind of stop and kind of. Joe keeps walking, and he comes face to face with like one of the, what do they call them, the Royal Guard guys. And
yeah, you don't touch them either.
It looks like he was trying to hold a conversation with them. They're not. They don't speak. They don't acknowledge that you're there. It's like, come on, Joe.
And they're not supposed to. I mean, I've seen clips of video. They walk up in front of them, they flash their hand in front of them, and they don't do nothing. And they stomp their feet. It's like a warning: get the hell out of the way. And they don't do nothing until you touch them. And you think these damn guards are whips? They're not. They're very highly trained. They can kick your ass. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I've seen them knock the hell out of someone before. Just touching these guys.
Yeah.
He's not supposed to touch them. And I heard bits and pieces that he had touched the king, and ain't nobody supposed to touch the king. And they tell him all this crap before he gets involved in this. Now, okay, Joe, this is how it goes. Now, you're going to walk out here, and you're not going to touch the king, and you're not going to touch the guard, because he'll knock the hell out of you, and you embarrass yourself, and you embarrass the United States. Okay, I think I got it. And he's kind of like Carl, Sling Blade. Well, I think I got it here. I reckon I can get her done. He's kind of one of them guys. But anyway, how did the deal go with Hot Shot Secrets? They did go up to Beach Bend, didn't they?
Oh, yes, absolutely, yeah.
How'd that go for them? Was that success?
I think everything went well. It looks like they had decent weather. I was tuning into some of Kyle was doing some live Facebook feeds while he was down there. And
yeah, well, I'll be ordering some more of their stuff when I retire. I got next week to run. I didn't lose you, did I?
No, we're here. We got you.
Okay. I got next week to run, and we're going to take the week off up there. And I'll pull the camper up there in my brand new truck, pull the camper up there and take the week off. Like I said, they probably told you about it. They got like all kinds of stuff for kids and all kinds of stuff, activity for adults. They got, for the kids, they got like roller coasters, all kinds of rides, lazy river, swimming pools, slides. For the adults, they got a car show that's actually there all the time. And they got the drag strip over there. So they got all kinds of things to do. And just on the outside of it there, you're in Bowling Green. That's where they make the Corvettes. The only place to make the Corvettes in the country, Steve, is Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Right,
they don't make them anywhere else.
Yep.
And they exit, I think it's exit 27, 28. I think it's 27. They got the museum. And not long ago, the damn floor dropped out of that one, I guess. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, and there's still a couple cars. I guess they made that a part of the museum. There's still a couple vehicles that are down in the hole there.
They never did get them out? I thought they did.
I thought they got some of them out. I thought there were one or two that they never did get out. I may be wrong.
Okay. Well, anyway, the ones they did get out, they was really high dollar ones, and they're gonna have to restore them again. Getting back to the 80, did you say $82,000 for a car made a Hyundai electric car, Genesis?
The Genesis brand, which is the luxury brand of I think it's the Hyundai, but the Genesis, and it's the electric vehicle.
Yeah.
82 grand, yes.
Well, think about it. Now, $82,000 for this car, which is impossible to work on, and parts are going to be enormous. I don't know what in the hell you can get out of a car like that. $82,000 for luxury. I mean, what the hell is it going to drive you somewhere and feed you and bring you back home? I mean, I don't get it.
Yep.
I mean, I got my new Ram I just bought. It's got the Cummins in it. I mean, it's loaded. I don't want no issues when I go to pulling my camper away around, you know what I mean? I mean, I can get a hell of a lot out of this truck. I mean, a lot, pulling a lot of weight. I ain't going to get nothing out of an $82,000 electric vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
That just don't make sense why anybody would just want to, unless you just got billions, you just want to throw the hell away. I guess I can understand that maybe. But anyway, I just don't get it. Anyway, I had another question, just in case I forget. I always ask you a bunch of stupid questions like where's this guy, where's that guy, you know, because a lot of them are disappearing. You said Ranger's still around, but I don't hear from him much anymore. I'm worried about Doc. Doc, did he ever go back to driving, come out of the damn gambling room and go back to driving, or is he doing it part-time? Or
he's back.
What's the deal with him?
He's back on the road. I mean, he had the deal where he had the broken leg, so he was out for about a month and a half, and yes, he's back on the road again now, yes.
Hell, I didn't even know he had a broken leg.
Yeah, he did a good number on the leg. And so they had to have the rods and the pins and all that stuff put in. Yeah.
Oh, hell. That don't sound good anyway. And old Big Ed's back at it again. Poor old Knucklebuster. Better you to me, Knucklebuster, but like I said, it might not hurt if I get it for the next 6 weeks and I can hang it up. But what a way to go. But you never hear from Hollywood anymore either, do you?
No, it's been years and years. I don't know. I don't think he's in the best of health, though.
No. Another one I don't hear from either, and that's Zookeeper. Remember her?
Yeah, I do remember her, and I don't know that she's driving anymore. I don't think she is.
Right. I mean, a lot of them are gone, Steve. I mean, unreal. Time flies by. Okay, Steve, I'm heading down this big old hill here going into Albuquerque. Like I said, I'm on my way to the land of fruits and nuts. After this, let me see, I'll have, after vacation, I'll have probably 5 more trips. And I can look back at the land of fruits and nuts and just tell them to kiss my ass. You'll probably never see me again. Have a good evening, Steve, or good morning.
Yeah, you got it. Sounds like a plan. Let me see. I did look up the Joe Biden with the king over there day before yesterday. And they're saying the royal protocol is it's a bit more casual than it used to be. All right. Yeah, the king welcomed Joe Biden to Windsor Castle, their first formal meeting. When Biden's car arrived, King Charles greeted him with a handshake. They made their way up a few stairs to a platform to watch a band play the national anthems of both countries and inspect the Welsh Guards. There was some speculation that Biden broke royal protocol by casually putting his hand on King Charles' back during their exchange. However, a Buckingham Palace source confirms King Charles was entirely comfortable with Biden touching the monarch on the back. What a wonderful symbol of warmth and affection it was between both individuals and their nations. A source adds that despite some claims to the contrary, it was in keeping with correct protocol, that the president, Joe Biden, walked in front of the king during the inspection of the Guard of Honor. Biden and King Charles have met a number of times before, the 2015 meeting in the Oval Office, when then President Obama and Queen Camilla, who was then known as the Duchess of Cornwall. And the meeting between Charles and Biden 2 months after the monarch's May coronation there in London, although Biden did not attend the crowning ceremony at Westminster Abbey. No American ever has, according to the BBC. His wife, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, was part of the congregation. She attended the historic church service with her granddaughter and chatted with Kate Middleton at the Buckingham Palace reception. All right. So I guess he didn't technically break protocol, but we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Steve, Columbus, Ohio, who says, good morning, Mr. Summers, and all the listeners out there. By the end of the day, we'll be halfway through the week. Start looking toward the weekend. Hopefully everyone's week's going pretty smooth. All systems are set here. Time to head into town, see if we can find any treasures in the trash today. Everybody enjoy the day. Yeah, one man's trash is another man's treasure. I've heard that. Hey, good morning from the Ice Cream Man. And have we said hello to Rick there in Columbus this morning? Don't think we have. He's been with us for a bit. John Ferguson, good morning, overnighters. I'm yawning this early Wednesday. One day short of being able to enjoy my first Walcott Jamboree. I got a delivery in Michigan Thursday at noon. So duty calls. Stay safe out there. It's kind of stormy over here this morning. All right, yeah, Walcott Jamboree, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. There's Phil on board. Morning, Steve. This is Phil at the Skyway Rest area here in Florida on Tampa Bay. We have a new resident, a saltwater crocodile. Fish and Wildlife going to try and get it out. It's kind of rare to have a saltwater crocodile here. Interesting. I'll see if I can pull up more on that. All right. And back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Brother Rambler checks in here. What's going on this week?
Oh, man. Praise God, Steve. Glad to be on the phone with you and not on the phone with a bunch of old folks that don't know nothing about technology. You know, old people in technology don't mesh too well. And we got this new log system called Samsara. And we switched from Zonar to Samsara. And I guess word got out that I figured it out pretty quickly. So my phone has been blowing up the last couple of nights. So, Brother Rambler, help me. I'm like, oh, man. And, of course, it's most of our drivers that are in their very late 50s to 60-year-olds that, you know, they don't understand it. And,
yeah.
You know, so I'm always happy to help, and I'm not trying to pick on our old folks, but let's face it, old folks in technology, it just don't mesh too well, Steve. What about the National League? Man, so that means when my Atlanta Braves go to the World Series, we get home field advantage.
I've been told that has changed, that the World Series no longer has a bearing on that. Because I was wondering the same thing earlier. They're saying World Series really doesn't mean anything anymore. It's whoever has the best record in the winning division, apparently.
Wow. See, it used
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
who won the All-Star game.
Got the home field advantage.
Man, yeah, that's right. I think it should still be like that, because when my Atlanta Braves go and they win, and they will win, you know, I want that home field advantage. But you know, Reds are National League too, correct?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. Boy, I tell you what, that daggum De La Cruz, whew, that kid's awesome, man.
Isn't that
He
something?
Is awesome. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But no, I'm glad to be back with you. And, you know, just want to call a couple of names that we've been praying for. Captain Ron Parker. You know, he lost his dad to a long time illness. We just want to remember him in our prayers. Our old buddy Nathan, Big Sexy, busier than a one-armed paper hanger. And we literally mean that, not picking on him. He's having to do his job with one arm. We need to be praying for him. And let's see here. We got several others that are just, you know, going through battling health issues, and we just want to just keep them in our prayers. Little old Riley Faith, little old 7-year-old that's on hospice in South Carolina. I want to be praying for her. Monroe Sears, 2-year-old baby that's got cancer in the back of her eye. Let's remember her, and so many others that, you know, we know you're going through stuff. And you know, Brother Rambler, just don't sit up here and take phone calls from older people, you know, who can't figure out technology. You know, I sit up here and sometimes just have tears in my eyes when I start thinking about everybody going through everything. So just know, God's children, that you're very loved, and someone out here that's holding the steering wheel does think about you, loves you, and prays for you. And I just want to thank everyone for supporting Determined Ministries Church. I mean, Lord's already gave us a great message for this Sunday. Just come on out and support us, 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern. We go live on Facebook. You're in the Mobile area, just go to the address, put it in your GPS. Come on and be with us. I'd love to be able to see you, give you a hug, shake your hand, whatever. And Steve, I know I've been missing in action, but you know what? I'm always here, brother. I'm always here. And I tell you what, remember this, God's children. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, I'll check in with you tomorrow. God bless you, my friend.
USA News Update. Extreme heat is impacting more than 42 million Americans this week. High temperatures are already hitting the Southwest in states including California and Arizona, and the dangerous conditions are only expected to get worse. President Biden is expressing gratitude to the Turkish president for enabling Sweden's NATO accession during their bilateral meeting at the two-day NATO summit in Lithuania.
Thank you for your diplomacy and your courage to take that on. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
Turkey recently lifted its block on Sweden's entry into the military alliance just before the start of the summit, bolstering NATO amidst Russia's ongoing conflict with Ukraine. The Secret Service will brief the House Oversight Committee on their investigation into the cocaine found inside the White House. Committee Chair Republican James Comer had been requesting the briefing for days. MSNBC is reporting it will happen Thursday morning. John Schaefer, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
At Hot Shots Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shots Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And good morning to Truck and Phil. Hey there, happy hump day. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like 81 in Fort Wayne, some rain, and 77 Sterling Heights, Michigan today. As we are ready to do our thing, Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and flip back again. Stay safe out there today, Truck and Phil, and Semper Fi. All right, let me get back to Bass Ackwards. You forgot something. What'd you forget?
Back in there again that quick? Damn, must be my lucky night.
I let you in quick because I knew you said you forgot something.
I was having a Biden moment. I'm sorry. How's this headset sound? I mean, I had to get this headset because I couldn't hardly hear you. Now I can hear you good with this one. How's it sound? Pretty good?
Sounds good, yeah.
Well, my friend, I talked to him today, and he said it got an echo. I said, you know what? You're the only one that says my headset's got an echo. Everybody said it sounds good. So you need to take your 1999 phone back to Toys R Us. Or I got a little happy with me. So I think he got a little feed off at me. But I'm glad I ain't have no problem with it then. Other than him, he's got a piece of crap phone, all I know. I wanted to mention this one more thing, and I forgot to mention it. I know there's a lot of talk about it. It's not real important, but what the hell? You don't have a whole lot of callers waiting anyway. So those people that come in the White House, they're all checked for that stuff, right? Except for, let me turn that thing off. Except for those members of the White House, like families, they're not really subject to being checked.
Correct.
And all that, are they?
Correct. No.
Okay. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking. Now, all of a sudden, this cocaine showed up, and nobody knows. This is what I was about to give, which is hard to do, give the Biden the benefit of a doubt here. But until Kareem Jean-Pierre started defending it, now they're defending it like they're making excuses for it. And that right there alone bothers me. So when they're starting to get to the point they don't want to talk about it, it's what really enhances the way I feel. So I'm starting to believe that it really is Hunter Biden's. You know what I mean? Right. It really is his. It has to be the way they're defending it now. So when they're starting to defend something, you know it's got to be true. Now, what's the big deal? This stuff come in a bag or a container or something. What's the big deal to get some fingerprint or some DNA, some type of DNA?
Right.
So what's so hard about that? So now we got to continue on with the FBI agents that's going to be paid off. And, of course, you have not just FBI agents in there. You have special law enforcement in there to, I guess, like Capitol Police. And beyond that, you got other agents in there that's close to the family or close to the president that they got a job to do, too. And now, all of a sudden, nobody knows nothing. Nobody can find anything. So that right there alone tells me that this might be his. And another thing is, too, now he's been traveling, Joe Biden's been traveling around with his, on these business dealing. And Joe's going to say to the American people he did not know that his son was hooked on his crap. He had to be taking it at the same time he's running around with Biden, his son. You know what I mean?
Right.
He has to know it, Steve. That's bullcrap. And this might be way out there, but it would, the way he's acting lately, it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if Joe is not on the crap. You know, it wouldn't surprise me a bit.
I don't know if his heart could take that, but I don't know. If you weren't with us earlier, there is supposed to be a Secret Service briefing to Congress Thursday morning at 10 a.m. about what they know about the cocaine scenario.
Okay, I guess I'll stand by and listen, but I haven't heard anything about that, but you did come up with something on that, all right. But, like I said, but I still say, it would surprise me a damn bit if he's on it, so.
Yeah,
It's kind of strange all of a sudden. I hadn't started coming to the house and stuff started showing up.
It'd be interesting to see what they come up with. Now, if you go back and look at last Friday, the morning news, they were reporting that, yes, they were going to go through the, quote, the process of looking for fingerprinting and DNA evidence. Now, a fingerprint would come back in a matter of hours. The DNA, I don't know, they could expedite that. But again, so whatever we're going to find out, at least they're going to brief at the 8, I think it's the top levels there of Congress Thursday morning, 10 a.m. We'll see what we find out, right? Eagle, yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, brother. Steve, I wanted to talk about the tropical storms, then I wanted to say one quick thing about Biden one more time. But, you was talking about how hot the Gulf of Mexico is. These people down on the southern coastline in Houston and, all from Houston all the way over to Florida, they better hope that no tropical depression develops, because if it does, all hell's gonna break loose, because when that storm gets into that hot water, which is over 90 degrees, that storm is gonna be moving so fast. When it hits land, it's gonna do some serious destruction, kind of like what happened down there in Florida last year with that hurricane that went in. They better hope they got fingers and toes and everything else crossed that tropical depression doesn't develop, because that water is red hot, and the hotter the water is, the faster the hurricane goes. Like I said, that thing could be traveling over 180, 200 miles an hour when it hits land, and and it's going to do some serious damage. So I pray for all the people on the Gulf Coast. Hopefully they'll be lucky this year, and storm won't develop, and they won't have to suffer the consequences. This thing could do some serious damage. But yeah, Steve, I don't know if you've been, I don't know if you look at the internet. I don't really look at it that much either. But yeah, some of these things that they got going on right now about Biden, about Hunter Biden and Joe. You remember that rock and roll song called Cocaine?
Oh yeah.
They got videos out. They continue to play that song with Hunter Biden standing on that podium with the Biden family over the July 4th holiday, and yeah, it's funny as hell when they keep playing that, that video, Cocaine. But like I said, Steve, you like your previous caller asked backwards, said he didn't know that there was going to be a press conference on Thursday morning with the Secret Service. Like you said, we'll be very interested to hear what they say. But I think I already know what they're going to say about the situation. We'll be very interested to see and be listening in very closely to what they have to say. But like I say, I've never been to the White House, Steve, but I've talked to people who have been there, and they told me that it's not possible to transport cocaine into the White House with all the security and stuff that they have. So it's very suspicious situation. But, like I said, like I told you in my previous call, Steve, even if they do determine that it was Hunter Biden's cocaine, ain't nothing going to happen to him anyway. That's what happens in the Biden administration at this point. Like I said, Steve, if we're not a banana republic, anybody who think that we don't live in a banana republican right now, Steve, all you got to do is go back over the last 3 years and review everything that's don't transpire with this administration. And I guarantee you will come to the conclusion that we live in a banana republic. And by the way, Steve, you said a few minutes ago, Joe Biden and Donald Trump made the comment that Joe Biden is making another blunder. He's giving more military material to Ukraine, and Donald Trump said he's making a very bad mistake, and that's exactly what he's doing, by not only giving the man unnecessary money, but he's giving him military And like Trump said, he's leading us real close to World War III with Russia and China, anybody else that wants to get involved. Like I said, Steve, it's just one blunder after another with Joe Biden. So, but one, like I told you a couple of months ago, Steve, he give me plenty to talk about on a nightly basis. Unfortunately, it's bad news, and thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. And for those like Bass Ackwards, I think I mentioned that was it hour 1 or hour 2? The United States Secret Service will provide a briefing to Congress on the cocaine saga. 10 a.m. Thursday Eastern Time, 10 a.m. The briefing will be at the staff level, whatever that means, according to 2 Republican aides familiar with the plan. Right. Looks like the Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer had written the Secret Service Director last week requesting a briefing by July the 14th. So that'll be July, 13th? Yeah, right on cue there. Meanwhile, Monkey Gouger, what's up?
Hey, Steve, thank you for letting me back in. I've listened to you talk about them electric cars. They just had a hearing up there. I don't know where that lady, what state she represented it, but she ripped them electric car people a brand new butthole. I mean, buddy, she had all her facts, her figures, everything down. And I mean, she just ripped them up one side and down the other and said, these electric cars are not cost effective for the average American. They can't afford them. Something goes wrong, they just have to get rid of the car. It's a junk car. I mean, Bubba, she ripped them up one side and down the other. The other thing is, did you happen to catch that clip last week when Lindsey Graham was in Pickens, South Carolina, and they booed him off the stage?
I did hear Lindsey was getting booed.
They ripped him. He got up there and said, I'm from Pickens, South Carolina, my boy. They laid in on him. Now, the next day, Donald Trump was up there, and there was people that was 10 blocks. I mean, for 10 blocks, it was just packed, Trump supporters. But, old Lindsey, I think he's starting to realize that the state of South Carolina, the people of South Carolina, are tired of his flim-flamming, floundering around, fence splitting, never taking a stance on nothing. And I hope we can get him out of there. We're just glad to find somebody that's good enough to run to carry the torch, but I think we can find him somewhere.
I mean, that's been your problem for how many years now? Every time he comes up for re-election, you got to do the whole lesser of two evils thing. You can say, well, I guess we got to take Lindsey again.
Well, the Republican Party don't never get a good, strong runner. I mean, one of the guys that run against him, he hadn't lived in South Carolina like 4 or 5 years, and he's from up there in Boston or somewhere, and I knew he didn't stand a chance. Other guy, I mean, nobody never heard of him, but he just never made himself known. But I tell you, I hope and pray that the people of South Carolina will find a seed through this flim-flam artist and let's get rid of him and quit the embarrassment to the state of South Carolina. And, Steve, thank you for letting me back in on that deal, and appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much there, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. You got about 12 before the hour. And we'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example...
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, round of third, headed toward home. Yes, Senor Heatwave, what's going on?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Bass Ackwards, I'm only an hour west of Gallup, so if you come up on this slow yellow, please leave my doors on. I'm sure he's got that syringe pulled wide open, so he is just chugging it right across the state of New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And for the other driver out there that I don't know. It seems like when he calls in, he thinks the rest of us are a bunch of brain-dead, ignorant people back behind the wheel, and all I can say is, Captain Obvious, we understand. We've been on this earth long enough. Most of us, if not all of us, know what's going on in nature. So I'll just leave it at that. And I tell you what, this is just absolutely ridiculous. You know, protocol with the royal family. Well, wasn't it Michelle, that put her arms around the Queen when she was in England, and they all thought that was a egregious
Right,
lapse
because
in,
because nobody touches the Queen, right? And I mean, you know, I don't know when things changed. Is it just because since the Queen passed away that King Charles has, you know, kind of reduced or changed the protocol? I don't know.
Well, I mean, Biden is just such a doddering old fool that the whole world is watching him to see what he does. And, I mean, you know, as the president goes, so does the country, I guess. But, yeah, this whole deal about the drugs in the White House and them saying, oh, well, it must have been one of the people coming in to visit, or it was a construction worker. Now, we know who it is, you know, and everybody's got a little bit of powder from them supposedly powdered donuts all over their faces. Well, I guess now since Yellow is being, I wouldn't say audited, but I guess since they've got the lenders looking out after the day-to-day operations, Yellow stock went up 41.1 cents per share. So they've gone over the dollar mark per share for, yeah, surprise, huh? But I guess, you know, maybe that's what it's going to have to take. You know, the people with the money that has the most to lose are going to have to be the ones that be the financial officers of the company, because obviously
the higher-ups just don't have a damn clue. I see where they sold a terminal there in Compton for 80-some million.
80 million, yep.
Well, good. Yep. So, I mean, good. But, I mean, good night. It's just poor management. Poor management. But I guess with this deal going on, a lot of the drivers are saying, well, at least we got another year. We're going to survive another year before we really need to start looking for another job. And I don't know. You know, you have the Darrell Hawkins up there saying we're going broke. If the union don't help us, we're done for. And then on the other side of his mouth at the same time, he's telling management, lower management, hey, we're doing fine. Don't worry about it. We're good. Well, man, if you say something negative publicly, you're chasing off drivers, you're chasing off business. And, you know, the customer's only going to take so much before they say, you know what, we're done. We don't need this kind of drama. It's kind of like me. I really don't need this kind of drama. So, but, yeah, they said it was 101 degrees in Albuquerque yesterday. And I believe it. Got out of the sleeper and it's like, ooh, man, who turned on the toaster? It was a little warm. I guess that'd be good. That's good for the solar production. But, you know, with the heat and the sunshine. I don't know if y'all heard about it. You probably did, and you probably talked about it earlier in the show. New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, jackass, says the state of New Mexico is going to follow in the state of California's footsteps with zero emissions.
Yep.
You know, they're chasing a pipe dream. It's kind of like hunting for Bigfoot. It's out there, you think, but you can't never find it. And they're not going to get, you know, zero emissions to the point where it's going to be economically sound nor feasible. Something's got to give. You know, someone's going to have to go in that's got common damn sense, which ain't very common, and they're going to have to say, you know what, we're going to have vehicles that's going to have a little emissions. And some emissions, because you can't run an economy based on electricity if you ain't got the resources to produce and transport the juice, so to speak.
And you've got to generate the electricity and the solar and the wind. That's all fine and dandy, but there's nowhere near that capacity available right now. And with each new electric vehicle sold, the grid is getting further and further behind. Then, of course, you have to, as we just shared earlier, the people, the buyers, are going to have an interest in purchasing those vehicles. I mean, it almost sounds like what you're essentially going to, if you can no longer find an internal combustion engine, a new vehicle on the lot, look at how many truck drivers opted to stay with the older trucks and bought the glider kits to continue operating the older trucks. That's, maybe that should be my next invention, glider kits for automobiles. Hey, we got to close it out there here on a Wednesday. Have a great day. See you back to the midnight hour tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just live. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.